So if we were around last year, could you show by wave of hands? If you were around last year. Okay, so have quite a number of people who were here last
I have
year.
a lot of first timers. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Last year was the bomb, but this year will be bomber. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So my name is David F. Young. I'm a data analytics engineer, and with me is,
Sarah, I'm a data scientist.
and today we're going to be your host for today's event. Today's event is going to be very impactful, lots of learning sessions for you to learn and also network with one another. We also have sponsors where you can go there and engage with their products. So it's going to be a really engaging day for every one of us. All right, so for the next couple of minutes, about 5, 10 minutes, we're going to engage with the audience, right? Because the event is not about us, it's not about the speakers, it's about you. Do you agree? You don't agree? Do you agree? The speakers are coming to speak to you, so it's not really about them, it's more about you. So we're going to engage with you right now in the next couple of minutes to understand your expectations, to understand what you do, really just to understand, to connect with you on a deeper level, right? The speakers are here already. They can hear you, so they can know how best to connect with you. So before we calm down, I would just like you to just talk to someone beside you, find out their names, and just and then we're going to walk down to you.
So I don't know about you guys, but I couldn't sleep last night. I was waking up every 1 hour. Is it time yet? Is it time yet? Who was anticipating like that? Anybody? Ah, you right? All right, nice, nice, nice. So just network with each other, get to know what your seatmate does. Because at the end of the day, you guys will be interacting with each other.
All right. So media, do we have the link to the sessionize, the code on the screen? We don't have that yet. All right. So very simple. I would like you to just go online and Google DataFestAfrica. Click on speakers. You would see a link to the agenda. I'd like to open the agenda on your phone and just so you can see what to expect, right? Just Google DataFestAfrica, click on agenda, and you see the list of the agendas. So right now, we're going to be asking you a couple of questions. I'll bring the mic to you if I like your face. So pray I don't like your face. So basically, I'm just going to ask you to tell us your name, what you do, and if you're looking forward to any of the sessions, which particular sessions are you looking forward to? And also, I'll do the same thing with anybody she feels like speaking to over there. So I'm going to start with my. So just tell us your name, what you do. And,
Hello, my name is Binga, and I work with the fintech as a telesales lead. And at the moment, I'm learning data analytics with ALX, and that's how I got to know about data first in the first place. So I'm actually very open and curious about all the sessions. I can't particularly name a section where I'm particularly excited about, but I'm excited about all the sections altogether. Thanks.
awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very. Can we put the hands together for him? He's an enthusiast. He's interested in learning. So
All right. All right. Hello. Tell us your name, what you do.
yes, yes, please.
Is it morning or afternoon?
It's the morning.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Princess. I'm a data analyst. Um, there's no particular section I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to all of the sections because I believe that I'm going to take home a lot of stuff. So, yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. She said all the sessions.
All the sections.
All right. Nice.
Awesome.
Nice.
So something I should let you guys know is that in this event, Data Fest Africa, you have every cadre of data professional here, from enthusiasts to intermediates to advanced to senior professionals. You have them here. A very short story, personal story. My current role right now, I got it from DataFest last year. Hi. Yeah. So just engage, have fun. He called me, David, and I was like, yeah. And the rest is history. So just engage, network with people, and then be open-minded to meet one another. So I'm going to give another person the mic, like 2 people I can see over here.
Hello.
Tell us.
I wasn't paying attention. What did you ask?
Okay, so really, just your name and what you do, your expectation. Do you have any particular session you're looking forward to? If you do, you can just tell us about it.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is David Amantu. I am a freshly minted data analyst. I am a pharmacist, freshly minted pharmacist. It is a huge pleasure to be in this audience. I'm looking forward to. Interesting. I look forward to all the sessions. I would like to interact with those who are already in the field, who are well versed, super versed in solving company related issues. I understand that to be an analyst, one has to demonstrate capacity through projects, but I would like to interact, intermingle, so I can understand how to structure approaching those projects through procuring solutions. So thank you very much, David.
Nice to meet you.
A pleasure.
It's my namesake. Well, his voice is louder than mine, but we share the same name. Ose, you have anyone over there?
Yeah, I'm going to the back. Backbenchers. Hello. Tell us your name.
My name is Daniel, data analyst. I'm just starting.
Great. Nice to meet you, Daniel.
Very fine. It's very fine. A lot of us just started too.
Just like David said, as we're having this conversation, I'll be just sharing tips so you can get the most out of this conference. The thing about data is that most of us, we are working in our organizations. Yeah. And if you're just learning or just starting like Daniel, you really don't have any real life experience. But oftentimes your experience is just centered within your own experience. But the truth about it is that whatever you're doing is being done by somebody else somewhere. Exactly the same thing. However, his experience differs from yours. So when you're in this kind of conference, I'd like you to open up, listen to the speaker so that you can learn from their experiences and try to approach problems from a different standpoint. Right. So my brother, you called my name that time. So I thought I'm coming for you. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Sheyi Amo, and I'm just learning data analytics. I've been learning for the past 1 year, on and off, and I would like to mingle and interact with people and share my experience, although very little, and gather more experience from other people. Thank you very much. Sheyi.
You're welcome, Sheyi. And to every other Sheyis, you're welcome.
All right. So for our brother over there, and for some of you that just coming up to, this time last year, I wasn't when you're just working and just doing Excel in one company like that. I was just doing the basic Excel, trust me. And it's 1 year later, and I currently lead a data team in a financial institution. So for those of you that are just coming up, 1 year, you can get up there. Trust me. So I really need you guys to open up your mind. Community is very, very, very important. And that's why there's a time for you to network too during these sessions. So try as much as possible. You don't know who is sitting beside you. You really don't know who is sitting beside you. So just network with a lot of people. You would meet the experts. Try to network with them too. Okay? All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jose, for those words. Right? Anything can happen in 1 year. In 1 year, I have a couple of people who are, who've been able to move from 0 to hero in a very short time. So you can really get that going. I want to confirm if Ayodele is ready. Okay. Awesome. So we're going to continue our engagement. So let's take our engagement deeper. You can go that way. So like I said, the conference is about you. The speakers are prepared for you. they are speaking to you, So it's really about you. I'm not giving to a lady. Why? Yes, so your name, what you do, your expectation, are you looking forward to any particular session or just the whole sessions? Just share it.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Kalista. I'm a data analyst. I'm really happy to be here. I'm not looking towards a particular session. I just want to grab everything I can. So I'm looking forward to everything that I can get. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She wants to grab all she can grab. Ose, where are you? Ose, you have anyone there?
Good morning. My name is Ezekiel. I'm a, HR data analyst. What did that guy say, Steph? Anyway, so okay, so just interact with other professionals. I mean, get insight into other areas of working with data, and help my job generally to be better and smoother. Thank you.
So that's another thing about data. You can use data anywhere. I have a friend who studies fishery in school, and the guy is a very, very good data scientist. So forget about whatever you studied. And whatever you studied in school is actually very important because you can actually use data in any field. I think the guy over there mentioned that he's a pharmacist. You can use data as a pharmacist. You can use data as an HR personnel. That's data, HR analytics. You can use data in the medical field. I'm sure you guys already know some things that are being done in that aspect. Even in engineering, petroleum engineering, you need data a lot. So no matter the field you are coming from, even art, I think I've seen some data sets that has to do with I think museums and so many other things. So you can actually use data in any field that you want to. So just be very open-minded. As the sessions are going, think in your mind, what can I use data to do in my field? What solution can I bring up in my field? So one of the sessions I think talks about um, building high performance team. You can start thinking of how can I gather people. That's why you are here. Network with people. How can I? What do you do?
Very
Okay,
correct.
I'm a data scientist. You are a data analyst. Okay, can we collaborate on a particular project? So you are not just here to just learn. You are here to network. You are here to find people that you use for your projects. So yeah, I think that's that.
All right, awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you so much, Joseph, for those words. So we're gonna go now to the next session. But before we go there, we're going to pump up our energies one more time. So when I say data first, you say Africa. So we're gonna do it in a very dramatic way. Are you ready? Are you ready? Data first!
Africa!
I can't see anybody. Data first! To the middle. Data first! Awesome. So right now, I'm going to be inviting Ayodele Oluleye, one of the chief planners for this conference for the web. Let's put our hands together for him. Please don't stop clapping.
Let's put our hands together for the host. DataFestAfrica. Welcome to DataFestAfrica 2023. Are you excited? I can't hear you. Are you excited? All right, amazing. So I have to give you that ginger because we spent the last 8 to 12 months organizing this program. And we're here today, and I can tell you for sure that it is bigger and better. What did I say? It's bigger and better. So expect a lot in this event. All right, so because of time, I'll just go quickly to why I'm on stage. And so basically, just to give us context around why we're here. right? So usually I like to say that we're in the middle of a technology revolution. You'd agree with me that technology has changed a lot. It's changed the way we live, it's changed the way we interact, it's changed the way we even do business. And just to give us examples, right, on the way we live, I'm sure when most of us were coming here, right, we had to use Google Maps to navigate and get this event center. Am I right? Right? So it just shows you how, technology has changed the way we live, right? In terms of how it's changed the way we interact. How many of us know ChatGPT? Let me see the hands. Everybody should know ChatGPT, by the way, right? So we have the likes of ChatGPT, the large language models that are changing the way we interact. So these days, people don't even sweat, right? When it comes to typing email. Some other people who aren't very good with birthday messages, anniversary messages, ChatGPT has come to their rescue, right? So you find out that technology has actually changed a whole lot. The way we live, the way we do business, the way we interact. And the wonderful thing, Nigeria has not been left behind in that revolution. So over the past few years, I'll say from about 2015, 2016, we've seen, right? I gave the example of Google Maps. Google Maps works with a lot of data. ChatGPT works with a lot of data. So at the center of that technology revolution, right, data is at the heart of it, right? And over the past few years, like I said, we've seen a lot of opportunities in the space. We've seen a lot of awareness. We've seen a lot of investments, right, in the data space and in the tech space, right, in general. And I would say that even though I said this started 2015, 2016, I'll say that over the last 3 years, right, since 2020, that growth has been very exponential, right, significantly exponential. And when you have growth in a space, it then becomes very important to have avenues and platforms, right, for people to express themselves. And that's why we're here today at DataFestAfrica, right? Because we need platforms for data professionals to be able to collaborate. We need platforms for data professionals to be able to learn best practices. We need platforms for data professionals to be able to network, meet each other, right? We also need platforms, not just for data professionals, but for data enthusiasts, right? So that we don't leave them out, because they're also here, right? They need to learn. They need to also get inspired. And I'm sure by the end of this, event, quite a number of people will have clarity around what they want to do and, places they want to focus on. Some might say they want to be data analysts. Some might say they want to be data engineers, right? So that's why we're here, right, with DataFestAfrica. And just to speak to how much things have grown. There was a time when if you ever said you were a data analyst, people were scratching their heads, right? Your parents were scratching their heads, or your friends were scratching their heads and wondering, what exactly does that mean? In fact, some people would have thought maybe you were selling recharge cards, right? I don't know if that's happened to you. But you find out that in recent times, that is changing. I won't say it is completely changed, but that is actually changing. You have more awareness. You have more jobs. All you have to do is go on LinkedIn and you'll be able to see that there are more jobs, right, in the data space, in the AI space, right? Just speaking to the growth that we've seen. So just to talk about DataFest very quickly, this event, like I said, we spent the last 8 to 12 months planning this event. I think you should put your hands together for the organizers. The last 8 to 12 months, just trying to see to it that we get the best, that we go above and beyond. And like I said, it's what? It's bigger and better, right? So just to walk us through the type of sessions that we have. So first we have, the keynotes, which we all know. We also have something called expert sessions, which we introduced this year. So we didn't have that last year. And it's really just about being bigger and better. So we have expert sessions. And the idea behind an expert session is that we want to bring experts in a particular space to come and speak to us, about specific topics in their domain. And that's the idea behind the expert session. So we have those expert sessions. There'll be no Q&A for those sessions, just the experts sharing their thoughts, sharing their ideas and best practices in whatever space, right, they're in. We also have something called lightning talks. We had that last year, and we'll have that again. Those are like short, snippet talks, 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Speakers are on stage and just quickly present on a topic. We also have the talks, which is where you have the Q&A. So 20 minutes for the talk, 10 minutes for the Q&A. The talks and the workshop is more hands-on, will be happening in the breakout areas. I'm sure the hosts would show you where the breakout areas are. Every other thing that I've mentioned, the lightning talk, the expert sessions, the keynotes, every other thing will be happening in this central hall, right? So, like I said, we've a lot of work has gone into this, and it's going to be bigger and better. So welcome once again to DataFest 2023. Put your hands together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ayo. Really awesome. I'm looking forward to a great time here today, and I'm sure Ose is also looking forward to a great time.
Of course.
All right, so right now we're going to take our engagement online, right? This event is physical and also virtual. It's live stream. So right now, we who are here right now, I'd like us to engage online. So just do me a little favor, take out your phone, take a beautiful selfie, and then post on Twitter and say, I am live at DataFest Africa with the hashtag DataFest Africa 2023. Can we do that? As I'm doing that. Tell me why you cannot do it. If I'm doing it, you can do it. All right. Shay, I can't see you in my picture. Shay, smile. All right, so post I am live at DataFest Africa with the hashtag DataFest Africa 2023, tag DataFest Africa. Do it. I want to hear your keypads. No keypads anymore. Your whatever device you're using. Posted. All right. Can we have audio? So while you're doing that, we'll have this video playing. Yeah. For our community members who are outside of Nigeria, this is a global event. Media, can we have the audio? Media. Keep on posting while we get the audio.
been able to get. And our partners, Propel, has been one of our drivers for recruitment. We were able to say that we've gotten so many leads that even some of our communities have gotten jobs through Propel. And the next partner is Catwick and Dale. Catwick and Dale has helped the community in all legal perspective, and you'll be hearing them talk about how they've helped us within the legal space. Also, that I want to show you is DataCamp. One of the biggest things that has made Data Community Africa to be where it is today is the power in which we can teach. And everybody, for those who are on Twitter, we always remember the way we teach ourselves how to build great dashboards, great visuals, how to explain to each other. But we've taken that to even DataCamp having a partnership with DataCamp. And also is that, in the next slide, please, one of the things that we've been able to do with DataCamp, next slide, is this. For the past 1 year, for those who are our data campers, if you have gotten our data camp license, raise up your hand. Okay, good. Yes. Now see the things that we've achieved for over 1 year. We've been able to have over 114 exercises, over 2,000 courses has been taken by our members on DataCamp. We've had over 1,003 practice sessions, over 90 tracks. Now see it. Everything in total, we've gotten 122 million SP on DataCamp. If you think that we've done something good, can you clap your hands to Data Community Africa?
All these happen in less than 1 year. So
yeah, and that is cool. And now is that we got a video from DataCamp that is sent to us to talk to you about what they've been able to achieve. So let's hear from DataCamp.
Hello, DataFestAfrica. I'm Nathaniel Taylor Leach, Social Impact Manager of DataCamp. I'm thrilled and honored to be able to speak to you all today and tell you two main things. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you for making the DataCamp Donates partnership with DataFestAfrica such a success. It's because of each of you dedicating your free time to improving your data and AI skills that one day the world was going to recognize the true value of African talent in this space. Talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. And that's why DataCamp's founders and I created DataCamp Donates, to provide free data science scholarships to driven individuals in disadvantaged and marginalized communities so that they can improve their stations in life. Since starting the program in 2020, we're incredibly proud that over 90,000 hardworking learners like you from all over the world have received DataCamp Donate scholarships. We hope by providing this opportunity, your hard work and talent will get recognized by your future employer and the data community at large. And I hope that when you find success, you give back to your community, just like Tina Nkonkwo has. Originally a DataCamp Donate scholar through Ingressa for Good, Tina was a star learner who racked up an incredible 150-day streak on DataCamp, won one of our competitions, and got her first job in data analytics. Instead of resting on her laurels and hoarding this opportunity she was given, Tina partnered with David to offer her experience and positivity to a whole new community, this one. Let's all give a big round of applause to Tina and David for making this community and this event such a success.
yeah.
And now, congratulations. Why? Because DataFestAfrica is one of the most engaged DataCamp Donates partner organizations on the platform, out of over 200 of them. And here's the data to prove it. Since our partnership started at the beginning of 2023, you all have completed over 114,000 exercises, over 2,000 courses, over 1,300 practice sessions, and over 90 tracks, earning a collective total of over 122 million XP on DataCamp. Wow. And that's not all. In these 9 short months, DataFestAfrica scholars have spent a combined 34,818 hours on DataCamp. That's equivalent to almost 4 years. That's like saying for any given hour that passed between January 3rd and now, about 5 of you on average were learning on DataCamp. Incredible. And for all those massive achievements, once again, congratulations. Please give yourselves a round of applause and pats on the back. Well, that's about it for me. Keep learning and you'll soon be soaring. Here are 3 things to keep in mind. 1, create a DataCamp portfolio to help you get noticed by potential employers. 2, get a DataCamp certification to boost your portfolio and CV, making you a more attractive candidate. And 3, let me know about your success stories. Tina and David will share a link to a form where you can report how your life has been impacted since getting your DataCamp Donate scholarship. Success stories can include a new job, internship, apprenticeship, or freelance gig, admittance into an undergraduate, graduate, or postgraduate program, winning an award or placing highly in a hackathon, or even publishing your own original data project on DataCamp Workspace, GitHub, or elsewhere. Remember, I don't want you to write an ad for DataCamp. I want your own personal stories of finding success after hard work. Remember, each of you is the true reason for your success, not DataCamp. We're just happy to have helped. If we did, please let us know by filling out the success story form. The only way this program can continue is if I can prove it is materially improving people's lives. So I need each and every one of you to help me provide that evidence. And if you're ever in New York City, come say hi. So long for now. Bye.
Yeah, that's a video about Data Camp. And David have addressed Catwig and Dell, which is our legal partner. We have Propel, our talent partner, and Data Camp, our learning partner. So there's also one we've not talked about that they've done amazing job. That's ProveUp. ProveUp is our web partner, and I'd like you to go to the next slide. So in this, we'll be talking about, we have a new website different from the generic website you've seen. That's the DataFestAfrica.com. And we'll be launching this website. So can you go to the next slide, please? So you can scan the QR code. It will take you to this website. So we definitely, everything is improvised. Like it will keep improving, and we'll be updating it with a lot of feedback from the community. As you see, it's datacommunity.org. So with a lot of feedback from the community, and we'll be upgrading it. Yeah, so this is our new website to know more about Data Community Africa. So if you are, will I say naive about what Data Community Africa is, now you understand what Data Community Africa is all about, different from DataFest Africa.
Thank you. If you think that you like the websites that you're seeing, just jump your hands together for us, please. And also for ProveUp. Just check the website. Thank you very much. Now, in conclusion, our time is up. One of the beautiful things that we've said since is that community is very important to our development. Meeting people together, learning together is so important within our own ecosystem. Our ecosystem is young when it comes to community, but we'll be doing a whole lot as data is the lifeblood of every organization. And there's so many communities that has helped the data people, so many communities, so many communities. And now we are just going to finish up with this video because the time is up. And that is how we are going to finish this session. Just put up the last video, please. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Captain Sam, you hear me? On your left.
Is that everyone? I keep wanting more.
Assemble. Wow. Wow. Woo. 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 Come on. DataFest. 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 Wow, awesome, awesome, awesome. So right now we're about to hit the ground running. Yeah, we're about to hit the ground running. I hope Victory is around. Victory. All right, so we're going to the next talk now, the first talk for the day. The first talk for today is an expert session on data meets soccer. An expert session, right? Our speaker flew in all the way from United Kingdom. Yeah, right. Please want to clap for that, for this session. Remember, I told you it's not about the speakers, it's about you. He flew in all the way from UK. So please let's welcome Victory Ogbejo for this talk, please. I'm sorry if I missed your name. Thank you.
Wow. Good morning, guys. I want to first of all say thank you for having me. And thank you to the organizers of DataFestAfrica 2023. My name is Victory Ogbebo. Yeah, so brief story about me. I've got 20 minutes, so we'll be quick. I started data in 2020 in the middle of COVID lockdown. And I did 12 courses in 4 months, ended up at Carbon, worked at Carbon for a year, and then moved to the UK for a master's in data science, worked with Blue Moto Finance, the UK's largest car lender. And as I was rounding that off, I was building a machine learning model for them. I got a call from Chelsea. And that was it. I moved to Chelsea to lead their tech team to migrate data from multiple databases. So what was going on is, essentially, we know all the gist about Russia as well, right? And so Russia was at war, and Abramovich had to leave the team, right? He had to forfeit Chelsea, and they sold it to American owners. So what usually operates in the UK is, if I own a club, I need to do the British thing of giving as much possible responsibility to British companies to handle as much as they can. So at Chelsea, that meant that different parts of the data at Chelsea was hosted on different companies' databases and then different bits of the job. And so what Chelsea wanted to do was, we are now American, right? So all the other British guys can go to sleep. Give me all my data, let me host it on GCP. And that was my job. And after doing that, we decided, you know what, let's just create what will become visualization at Chelsea. So it was a lot of analytics engineering, a lot of data engineering, a lot of stretch and pull in such a short time. You have to remember that all of this is between 2020 and 2022. I am talking to you here with less than 3 years experience. I'm saying it so that you would understand what is possible. In December of last year, I got endorsed by the UK government as a tech talent. I have met people that have 5, 6 years experience that don't want to apply for that thing. Don't you shoot yourself in the foot. You can do it. Anything is possible. Sorry, maybe because I'm talking on Samadeyemi's stage. It's giving motivational speaker. But okay, let's get into the business of today. Now, if you think about data and soccer, what if I told you that what determines or what has determined the leaders of Premier League in the last 4 years was data? And what has determined the guys that have gone to relegation is also data. I hope we have my slides ready because I'm about to just go. Okay. So, sorry, 2 things. I hope the slides are ready. Can I also get a pointer, please? Right. So, data and soccer. Think back to Liverpool, right? All of us were in lockdown, 2019, 2020 season. I see a lot of guys here. If you guys don't relate, I will vex. But 2019, 2020 season, you just see all of a sudden, Mo Salah is scoring goals. And Mane is on the other side and he's scoring goals. Like, Omo, club must be good. Such a brilliant coach. Hilarious. Anyways, 4 years before that, Liverpool was constantly fourth, right? And then we're in 2020 and they are scoring goals. And think back, after that season, they've gone back to their normal 4th to 6th, Abby. Just saying. Now, there is a company in the UK, DeepMind. DeepMind Analytics developed the only machine learning model that has been able to beat the best chess player in the world. They did that in 2019. Guess what happened next? Liverpool employed DeepMind. And so Liverpool employed DeepMind and said, we need to win the Premier League. And DeepMind's first task was, how do we get them the kind of players that will play the kind of football that Klopp loves? The first player that DeepMind suggested was Mo Salah. And then the next guy they suggested was Sadio Mane. So you are all the way in Lagos watching football and just thinking, this guy must be a genius. With Pep Guardiola beside him. But beside him and behind him is a full data team. Guess what happened after that season? Please reduce your volume as I'm telling you this one. They let go of DeepMind after they won. Employed a guy that has a PhD in data science from Cambridge to lead their data team. He's still working on the models. Let's just leave it like that. Let's just leave it like that. And so you can see quickly how data alone can come into a club's life and everything changes. In the United Kingdom, when you grow up, you basically become a fan of the team that has a football stadium where you grew up in. How do I explain this? Okay, so in Manchester, there's Manchester City and Manchester United. If you, for example, grow up in Humes, you automatically become a Manchester United fan. If you grow up on the other side of Manchester, you become a City fan. Simple, right? So let's think about Brentford FC. In 2012, Brentford FC declares for bankruptcy and says, guys, we don't have any money anymore. But Brentford decided we would as well just be the first club in the UK to be owned by people that live in Brentford. And so they put out news and said, oh, the slides are still not up. Okay. So they put out news and said, they said to the guys, let's sell out Brentford to the people of Brentford, right? And Matthew Benham, for some stroke of luck or whatever reason, I'll tell you the reason, he had £700,000 lying around. And Matthew came to the team and said, I want to put my 700K in Brentford. Now, what you may not know about Matthew is the years before that, he was in gambling. And gambling business in the UK is legal, first of all. Second of all, is a lot of money, right? So he made his money from there. And Brentford, however, was not the first football club he would buy. He had originally bought, sorry, that's the slide before this, guys. He had originally bought an Asian team, and all he wanted to do with those guys was play around with data. Because think about, don't raise up your hand in case your girlfriend will see you, but guys, if you have betted on live score before, you know that there are a lot of data points that come in just as you're about to place that bet. They are pushing you towards odds of 2, odds of 1.5. I don't know about those things, I'm just saying. But they are inching you little by little with data, right? So he had worked with a lot of data while working in betting. And he said, this thing must be able to work in football. So he bought the Asian team just to mess around with them with data, purely for that purpose. Trust me, British people are funny, but that was the purpose. And so he did that for a year. Came around to Brentford and bought for 700K, right? So now he has the largest stake at Brentford, is the owner. And then he said, the next thing we need to do is cancel the second division team. So all of, you know how, like, for example, if Man City, if they are winning in EPL and it remains like 2 matches for the league to end, they'll just bring junior guys, let them play Liverpool and sweat a bit, right? He canceled those guys. And he said for the first team, he wanted to recruit a couple of people. And his idea was if we go to teams that are underpaying or not playing their players, and those guys sitting on the bench, he would send scouts to sit and watch them in training and gather data. What kind of data were they gathering if they are not scoring any goals? Expected goal rates. So he was thinking to himself, it's not really about scoring as many goals as possible. It is about how many goals would they score if they had the right environment. If you remember the days of Messi in front, Xavi in the middle, Iniesta on the other side, you will know what I'm talking about. So if you put the right player in the right field, he would be able to deliver more goals, right? And that was how they bought a couple of guys. That was in 2012, right? At this point, Brentford was a second division team, relegated, not in Premier League. By 2014, 2 years, they moved to the Premier League. That move alone earned Brentford £300 million. And for every single year that Brentford has stayed in the Premier League, they have earned an extra £400 million. That is aside the fact that they bought players for as little as 2.6 million and sold them for as much as 30 million. And so if you look at it, you see Matt as a man that with 700K has made billions of pounds for a club that was going to die. With what? Data. Right? Kevin De Bruyne, last example. KDB was to sign for Manchester City again in 2021. He signed for 5 years. The headline was £100 million, third highest paid midfielder in the EPL behind Odegaard and a couple of other guys. But what really happened was Manchester City was going to sign him for 70 million. And he worked with Size Sports, I think, no, Transfer Lab. Worked with Transfer Lab. And Transfer Lab came to training for a couple of months, saw him on the pitch for a couple of months, and said, with this data, we believe you can perform 30% more on intrinsic value. And so intrinsic value is the value that the player gives to the team. The market value is obviously the market value of the player, right? So they were able to push to Manchester City and say, this guy is worth more than you are giving, and he earned £30 million more. Memphis Depay, if you remember that name, you must be a Man U fan. That year, it was good. Came to Man U, and for whatever reason, he wasn't really playing. And so he needed to leave, right? 2016. And Memphis said to Size Sports, what are the top 5 teams I could play in? The first one they listed was Lyon. And now Memphis moved to Lyon in 2016, scored 60 goals plus. That's a player that in Manchester United was, let's leave it like that. But you see how data can change things, right? Now, all of these stories are good, but we have faced a lot of challenges. We are faced with a lot of challenges, and I'll quickly run through. The first challenge is the issue of funds. If you think about all the names I've mentioned, it's either by luck they have somebody that has money or they are a big team. As a matter of fact, in La Liga, it is only the top teams that right now can afford to be able to install IoT devices, to be able to employ data teams, employ data companies to be able to run their data for them. There is also the issue of standardization. This thing looks pixelated. Anyways, there's also the issue of, can you guys see the slides? Apologies, man. I'm so sorry. I hope this will be provided on the website or something, but I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what happened with that. But quickly, standardization of data, right? When we speak about standardization in machine learning, for example, you run a standardization model, it puts your numbers, or normalization model, it puts your numbers between 0 and 1. Am I correct? We should not make my masters a joke. So put your numbers between zeros and ones, yeah? But in football, we don't have that kind of metric. Now, what am I talking about? When you go to the hospital and they measure your blood pressure, systolic, diastolic should be 90 over 120, right? If you come out with 110 over 140, sorry, I have another medical degree. Let's leave that one. But if you come out with 110 over 140, the doctor will say something is wrong. In football, there is nothing like a striker must run at 35 meters per hour, if not a striker. It's not standardized like that. And that's an issue, right? Now, there's the issue of privacy, because if I run data for Manchester United and Chelsea, one of them just has to offer me enough money. And the other person gets the other person's data, and just saying. Now, there's also the issue of democratization. And the issue with democratization is that who owns what, right? So I mentioned La Liga, for example. How many people here watch La Liga? Okay. So in La Liga, when you watch it, you see that when they pause the game, there are a number of metrics that just go up on the field, right? All of those metrics are run by La Liga. But let me tell you the real story. All of those guys that run the numbers for La Liga are employed by Barcelona. So there is this little contention. Is it really La Liga numbers or Barcelona numbers? Right? And that's in La Liga. In EPL, we don't have any, they don't really care. If your team wants to run data, fine. If you don't want to. So it's not democratized. There's no head to tail system on it. Right? So that's the challenge. Now, how many people here have ever bought a football jersey? Not on that bridge, like, apologies. I'm sorry. Like, I'm talking your girlfriend. You know when girlfriends want to buy you something, they would. So like the one that your girlfriend bought for you, that is original. Not the one you used to play on Thursday. Oh. But if you ever buy a jersey, think to the fact that you are making money for a business. So when you come to Stamford Bridge, for example, if I say Stamford Bridge, you are thinking of the stadium, right? And the best you would do is think of the brilliant walls. If the camera is showing you before on PS2, you see the U-Boats watch in front, and all of those great graphics, right? But if you stroll further into Stamford Bridge, and this was probably my first shock walking at Chelsea, behind that stadium are two hotels, two 4-star hotels. In each of those hotels are Michelin star restaurants. In each of those hotels are gyms with people actively subscribed to it. Because you have to remember that Chelsea is in an area of London that is very expensive, Southwest London. And also, Chelsea shares the same road with Fulham FC. So if you read the full address of Stamford Bridge, you see Stamford Bridge, Fulham Road. And that competition means both Fulham and Chelsea are sharing customers literally on the streets. What I'm selling to you is that Chelsea is not just a football club, it is a business. There is no just ordinary football club. They are all businesses at the heart of it. And I'm saying this because I am in a community that has invested a lot in, for example, fintech data, agri data, health data. If you can crunch fintech numbers, you can crunch football numbers. I will tell you quickly that when I went into Chelsea for my interview, they gave me 6 SQL questions. I had 15 minutes. I was not told. I spent time on 3. When they told me my time is up, I told them, let's not deceive ourselves. I can't finish it. But what I can do is talk to you about your data. Bear in mind, I had little experience. I had not worked football data before. And so it was literally a conversation about how I can handle football data like business data that made me enter. So you always have to think about, like, because I see a lot of people saying, if I want to work in health tech, for example, I have to have health experience. It's valid. I'm not saying it's not valid. But I'm also saying expand your possibility. Anything can happen. Okay? And I think the last thing I would say is do your research, take courses. I know Barcelona has a very solid analytics, sports analytics course, right? So get the ground running if you want to do your research. There are companies doing very mad stuff. There are companies that, the one we know very well is Training Vest, right? By the way, I hope you know that when you watch trainings, that black vest they are wearing has GPS and IoT in it, and it measures everything about the players. Do you know that FIFA World Cup 2022, FIFA came out and said it's not just a World Cup of soccer, it's a World Cup of data and soccer. Every team that climbed that pitch, I'm not sure about Nigeria, but every team that climbed the pitch had sensors fitted in their jersey. Oh, thank you. Just please read it. Thank you. So they had sensors fitted in their jerseys, and with that, they were able to do measurements of data on the field. If you remember, Morocco and Croatia were in the same team with Belgium and Canada. Belgium has Lukaku in front, Courtois at the back. That experience should mean Belgium should win the group. But Morocco and Croatia showed up with an actual data scientist, and they won the group. Right? Now, that's jerseys and vests, right? There are now teams that measure data from the socks of players. That sounds interesting. I found out that there's a company that has looked at the body as a data platform. And through sweat, listen carefully, sweat. The thing is, I was trying to explain to somebody at the back, and even me, I was like, oh, this thing doesn't add up. Through sweat, as a player is actively playing on the pitch, they have been able to measure the physiology of a player. It is great that the Apple Watch can measure your oxygen levels because it uses rays between the wrist and the skin, right? It makes sense. But these ones are not touching you. They just have cameras looking at the contrast of where there's sweat on your body. That level of detail. And because of that, they can measure the physiology of a player as they are playing. So we've gone from using video contrast to using sweat. The industry is moving fast. So if you want to come in, this is the time. Thank you very much. Okay, please don't ask me how you joined Chelsea. I don't know. Funny enough, I've moved from Chelsea. I work with Commerce Tools now, Europe's third largest e-commerce. So if you look through my experience, I've worked different industries literally every single year. I don't even know where I'm going, but I'm going somewhere. So I want to just take 2 questions quickly, if anybody has questions. Okay, so that's 1. 1 more. That's 2. Okay, can you guys come up on stage? Sorry. Oh, you're wearing Anko. Come on. Let's go on stage. When you start speaking publicly now, you know that, Victory puts me on stage. This is the staircase here. You want to do 3? Okay, just 3. Okay, cool. Clap for them, guys. Yeah, it's a funny question. Nice. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is David. So you said something about using deep mind analytics for Liverpool.
Yeah.
So what of Chelsea and Man U?
Yeah. Okay. So, interestingly, when I was preparing for this presentation, I'll just say one thing. When I was preparing for this presentation, I discovered that there are things I can't say because of PII. I can only tell you the ones that are available online. That answers the question. Next question, please.
Hi, good morning, Victor. Okay.
Sorry, name is Victory.
My name is Damola.
Okay.
Damola Victor. So, you mentioned doing your master's in data science, and it seems like that's more of your stack, right? Data science kind of ish. So you mentioned, okay, the call from Chelsea to work on their models and build on that. So I'm just trying to imagine, because I'm a data engineer.
Yeah.
So let's imagine you said Chelsea's data was wrapped up in different areas, and you had to migrate. How did you deal with building those pipelines? Despite the fact that you majorly focused on data science and making sure that everything was properly optimized. I also just understand how that the thought process worked.
So malleability is the ability of a metal to bend when put under pressure. As a data person, you have to have it. And so I walked into Chelsea literally knowing 3 things: SQL, Tableau, in fact, Power BI, and Python. I left Chelsea working SQL, Power BI, Tableau, Looker, Python, Airflow, SQL CI. What else is there? I've forgotten. But the point is, as the opportunity presents itself, you have to be able to learn on the job. You have to be able to monitor. I didn't know anything about data engineering. I won't lie to you, I did not. But I read up on it. I spent nights on it. And that's just the way to do it. I won't lie to you. Okay, so last question, please.
Yes, good morning. Olaoluwa, that's my name.
Okay.
I'm wondering, what are the challenges with, would I say, gathering data in Africa, in Nigeria? How come we cannot analyze players, performance from here?
You can. Do you know that there was a player from Kenya that literally got signed into the UK because he worked with the data team in Africa? And he got signed for what, $20,000. It was cheap for them. Last year, he sold for 20 million euros. So you can. It's just an issue of, like the things I mentioned, there's funding, there's democratization, it's not standardized. I think the main issue in Nigeria, for example, is funding, because to be honest, how many football teams can afford data companies? Because that's what's happening in the UK. Football teams can afford data companies. Think about how much money DeepMind must have made from Liverpool to work with them for a year. That Liverpool said, I'm sorry, please, you can be going. So I think that answers the question, right?
Thank you so much. Please let's put hands together for him. Thank you so much, Victory. On behalf of the DataFest team, we'd like to give you this plaque for speaking.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys.
Let's
Thank
put hands
you.
together for him, please. Please, can I have a volunteer come up? All right.
All right. So without wasting so much time, we'll be going to the next session. We'll be calling out Zainab Abdusalam. Zainab is a research assistant at NIMR. So she'll be taking notes through the science part of, your profession. So can we have Zainab up here? A round of applause for her. Good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Zainab, and I'm a research intern at Nigeria Institute of Medical Research. So I would like to ask, is anyone from Ghana here? Or anyone from Kenya or anywhere? Okay. So that means we all literally grew up in, like, let's say, Nigerian household. And then when you were in secondary school and you're in science class, if you're not studying medicine or pharmacy, you're probably going to end up as a teacher. So let's say it was the case for me, because I actually wanted to study pharmacy, but I didn't get in. I got into another course. And then I was like, oh, so what am I going to do with this course now? Obviously, I don't want to end up as a primary school teacher. And then I found data. So basically, data gave me hope. And it made me like really read and okay, I can actually do something with my course of study. I don't necessarily have to study medicine or pharmacy before I can do something. And that's basically what I'm here to speak to you about. So now we have different kind of data application in sciences. And when I talk science, I'm talking about your basic biology, your basic chemistry, and let's say physics. There are more, but I'll be focusing majorly on biology and chemistry. So now, we all do lab work, right? Let's say when you're in secondary school or anyone study any science course here. Okay, that's great. So those are where your data are generated from. Lab works, querying databases, and the likes. So firstly, I'll be starting with data in biology. So now, as you are, there is something responsible for making your hair grow. And there is something responsible for making your nail grow. There's something responsible for making your own eyeball, let's say, black, and then somebody's eyeball is blue. That's the difference in human. And basically, that is called your genomic data. So this genetic data is basically what is being used to understand disease, how it is cured, and the likes. Please, can you go to slide 7, please? 7, please. Back. Okay, yes. If you look down, you will see something like MN, whatever, that long stuff. Yeah. So that is a sequence of a protein in your body that makes your nail grow. And basically, these are your biological data. Now, if you look up, you will see CCCC. I think it's going to take a long time for me to ask what that means, but that is your paracetamol. And that's like your basic chemical data. So now, it's in these fields that you see stuff like bioinformatics, computational biology, and stuff like that. So now, what these data do is they assist in research, understanding disease, understanding drug creations, and more like that. So now an example of a case study of how you can apply your data science skills in biology. Please slide 10, please. Yes, this. So when I was explaining in biology, ways that you can generate data is through sequencing. So now, how do you get this? For example, they take your blood. Your whole human makeup can be gotten from your blood. So that's just like, let's say, normal lab work. You do DNA extraction where they get your DNA and put it in the machine. And at the end, what you get is that first part that you can see, the one with red arrows. So now, basically, this data, the first, second, third, and fourth, I'm really sorry, I really wish you can see this very well, is your output. And what you need for your analysis is just the second line. And these data are usually very, very large. For example, you can have 5,000 lines of that first part of your data. And what you need is just the second line. And you are dealing with human sequence. You cannot afford to make mistakes. So you can't open this data and be doing backspace because you only want to get a particular part of that data. So what you are going to do is you're going to probably write a bash script to extract the particular parts of the data that you want, and you're going to use Python to analyze it. That's for biology. Now let's go to chemistry. So growing up, there's probably one agbo that you used to take when you have headache or thereabout. So it's not about the agbo. There's something inside that herb that is making that stuff work for you. And they are called phytochemicals. Now I was showing you paracetamol, the CCC stuff. That is basically the original form of these things. And if you are going to work with this kind of data, that is what you are going to use. And ways that you can generate data in chemistry is, let's say, database query. We have a large kind of database in science. And currently, I'm even working on one whereby we create chemical lists for natural products. So in creating chemical lists, I basically just write Python code, put paracetamol in front, and then put the CCCC data in front. And then you create a whole lot of that. And then you probably create a generative AI model to develop another kind of C for you that you can synthesize and be like, okay, can this work like a paracetamol or not? So it's in data in chemistry that we see fields like computational chemistry, chemoinformatics, drug design, material science. When we talk about chemoinformatics, it's similar to bioinformatics, but it's basically like using your data analysis skills and the likes to analyze your chemical data and your biological data. When we talk about computational biology or computational chemistry, you are basically developing algorithm to understand these data. There are more fields like that. Now, when we talk about data in physics, it's actually very, very complex. But it's in these fields that you will see all these astrologists, people that deal with space and the likes. Now, there are different kind of job roles in this field. We have bioinformatician, we have chemoinformatician, we have computational biologists, we have computational chemist, and the likes. Now, there is something peculiar with these roles. Like our former speaker said something like, you really do not need to have the background before you can work in this field. Well, it's a yes and no. Because yes, you can analyze your data, you can build your models, but can you interpret your results? When you put in a lot of C's and you get your C, how do you know whether the C's you get is right, the C's you get is wrong? How does it translate to like the real life scenario of human life? That's what I'm just going to say. So now, please, the next slide, please. So now, for these job roles, I basically underlined some parts. There are two things that are common with these job roles. Is your domain knowledge, like your basic domain knowledge, whether you have the biology background, the chemistry background, or whatever background you have in that field. It's not necessarily biology, chemistry. Yes, but whatever background that you have that is scientific, coupled with your technical knowledge, you have to have a strong grasp of your data science skills, your data analytics skills, and even go as far as ML and deep learning because they use it a lot in research. Now, I've said quite a lot of these things. What next? There are different ways that you can get into this field. And one of the ways is open source. Is there anyone here that does not know Outreachy? Okay. So for Outreachy, we have like 3 projects that are scientific based. My time is almost up. There's one called Bioconductor, and they do microbiology data curation. Obviously, you're going to read research papers, but $7,000 is a lot of motivation to read what you don't understand. Also, for GSOC, we have over 32 projects. And also, on GitHub, you can find quite a lot of projects. Also, you can try competitions. We have Kaggle, we have Zindi, and the likes, and they do quite a lot of competition. Also, we have community. There's this quote that you can't go far if you are going alone or something like that. So there's a list of communities that you can join. You can check them out on Twitter, you can check them out on LinkedIn. And lastly, I have a learning resources here that someone shared with me, and I added my own path to it. So if you have your barcode scanner on your phone, you can scan this. Finally, I will leave you with a quote from someone that I met recently that says that it is easier to train scientists about programming than to teach programmers about science. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Zainab. Let's put hands together for Zainab. Awesome stuff. You agree with me that these talks we've had so far are really impactful, right? So we have much more coming. All right, so right now we're thanking one of our sponsors, Homemade by Eden. I'll be inviting them right now. They are one of our sponsors who has made this happen. Can we put our hands together for them, please? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today. And please, if you're excited to be here today, please, I just want everybody to put your hands together for the organizers of this event. Well done. Thank you, guys, for making this happen. Okay. Okay. I'll just go right into it. So, what is the little thing that makes you happy, right? For me, one thing that makes me happy is Coke. I like taking Coke, right? It might sound very little, but everybody has that little thing that really makes you happy. So, can just one person just tell me what makes him happy? Just that thing that, okay. Right? Dollars. Okay, awesome. So it means that everybody has like, permit me to use Mumu button. That thing that really goes a long way for you. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, Eden Life, we've been in existence for like 4 years now. So Eden Life makes life easy for you to keep your team productive and healthy. So we actually have what we basically do is to take away those chores you don't like, laundry, cleaning, and meal. It takes a lot of time to do those things. So Eden exists basically to take away those things you don't like doing. So you just outsource it to us. You can have a daily plan. So you can either be on a subscription or do on demand. So that's what we do basically. Next, so we have 3 different services, which I've explained: meal, laundry, and cleaning. So about us, sorry, it's not really clear. Okay, so I think I'll just, next one, please. So what are our value proposition? Basically, for us, we deliver quality service consistently. How do we do that? We do it through ensuring that you use technology basically to enhance your well-being. So if you want to outsource your service, we have an app where you can download to book your service either for the laundry, the cleaning, or the meal service, basically. Next slide, please. So this is not clear. I can't see. Please, next slide. Okay, so this is basically for our corporate package. We have both corporate and individual. So as individual, if you want to subscribe to the Eden plan, you can either have a daily subscription like I explained before, or you have a corporate package. So if you have a corporate organization, you work in an organization, you can also do that for your employees. And for individually, we have an app where you can just download the app. I wouldn't use the slide because I guess we have the right. But basically, we have an app where you can download the service and use it on demand. And we also have corporate package. We also do events, like we are actually sponsors, part of partners of this event. We do trainings, meetings as well. We also help you to keep your home clean. And currently we are in Nigeria and also in Nairobi. So our mission is basically to be the operating system of life. So when you think about anything that is around you and you need someone to sort it for you, this is why Eden exists. I actually have a code for the first 100 people because I don't want to take much of our time. I have a code for the first 50 people that download the app. I'm going to give 1,000 Naira free to order on the Eden app once you download the app. I think we're just outside here, so you can get the flyers where you can download it and get 1,000 free for us. But I want to appreciate once again the organizers of the event and giving us the opportunity to be part of the sponsors of this event. We appreciate you guys. Have fun, enjoy the event.
Thank you so much, Homemade by Eden, for sponsoring this great event that's making a landmark in Africa. DataFest! DataFest! All right, so far the event has been going really, really great. Right now, we're going to move to a different segment of this event. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to my co-host, Ose, to lead us at that point. Ose, over to you.
All right. Hope you guys are having a very good time. I can't hear you guys. All right. So next, we're moving to the panel session. Yeah. So we are going to be talking about building high performance team. We all know that in tech generally, for an organization to do very well, you have to work with teams. Yeah. So with the video that was showed earlier, you saw different data professionals had to come together for a course. So it's very, very important for every organization to have a team, and not just a team, a high-performing one at that. So with me for this panel session is the first person I'll be calling out is Olamide Jola-Oso. He is the head of data analytics at Wema Bank. All right, a round of applause for him. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Keep clapping. Right. Yeah. So next is, all right, so, I can't see. I can't see. Yeah. All right. So Olamide is the head of data analytics at Wema Bank. He's a trailblazer at the forefront of data-driven innovation. So we are going to learn a lot from him. Be open-minded and just learn as much as you can. Thank you. The next person we'll be calling out is Olutoyin Ogumola. He's the head of enterprise data analytics at Stanbic IBTC Bank in Nigeria. A round of applause for him. All right, that's him over there. All right, Olutoyin, like I said, he's the head of enterprise data and analytics for Stanbic IBTC Bank. He has 19 years of experience leading the business of technology in various roles. So, you see, we have a lot to learn. All right, so the next person I'll be calling out is all right, Adejoju Ajani. All right, she's the head data analytics and engineering at InterSwitch. A round of applause for her. All right. So the last person on our panel session is Peter Olomolaye. Forgive me, I'm not a Yoruba person. All right. He's a data engineer at Microsoft. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. You're welcome. All right, so you're welcome to this session. We are really, really glad to have all of you in the team. So I would really tell you guys to be open-minded, learn as much as you can, and this will eventually help you when you eventually work in teams. So just be very, very open-minded. So I will be starting with Olutoyin. Yes. So we'll be talking about building high performance team. So as a data professional and also the head of a team, I would like you to give us insights on what are the roles that are needed for a data team to be very high performing. What are the various roles that will be needed and across different sectors, because we have the finance sector and so many other sectors. So what are the very key critical roles that is needed for a data team to be very high performing?
Okay. Thank you so very much, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to participate this year again. There are key roles in any enterprise data teams, and I will mention them and very briefly, and then tell you what they play in the whole spectrum. But is it compulsory that all this should be in a data team? No, it all depends on the stage of the organization. But what are typical roles that are available for taking for data? Anybody wants to, pivot into data, or you're a data professional already? Let's start from a data analyst. Those are the people who are one leg in business, one leg in data. Let's leave it at that. Then data scientists, you all know who data scientists are. They are the core people, who those cerebral guys talk about, who learn Python, who learn everything that's needed to do your exploratory data analysis, do your descriptive modeling and all that. So I've mentioned data analyst, I've mentioned core data scientist. Then you have data engineers who manages your pipeline will ensure that the infrastructure that's required for moving your data from point A to point B for the data scientists to work on are properly set. So if you're looking at, okay, that is where I want to play, your role will be ensuring that the data get properly moved or transposed or changed from the one format to the other in the way that data scientists will be able to handle it. Then you have metadata engineers, not that common, but they are very, very good and very important, especially in enterprise organizations that has a lot of data points, a lot of data platforms. You need a metadata engineer. And if time permits us, I will tell you what exactly are their role in an enterprise organization. Then you have another skill, another role. They're called the storytellers. Depending on the organization, some people call them decision scientists. If you are in an organization like a financial institutions that do things for credit scoring, so you need a decision scientist. What do? They pick the analysis that has been done by the data scientist and they interpret it in the context of the business, especially as it relates to making decision on who to give loan to or who not to give loan to. That is in a financial institution. Decision scientists do other things in other institutions. So I've mentioned decision scientists. Data quality and data governance specialists, they are also very important because your output is as good as the quality of the data that you use to build that model. Garbage in, garbage out. So there are some people who are actually skilled and trained in ensuring that data is clean from source. In the entire life cycle of the data, when you are updating it, when you are moving it from one point to the other, is properly kept clean. And there are qualities of clean data, completeness, accuracy, and all whatnot. They are trained to ensure that in an enterprise organization, that is maintained. So let me stop at those very basic roles that are available for anybody.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Tony. And let's just put our hands together for Osa. Thank you for stepping in for me, Osa. All right, so I'm going to ask this second question to Olamide. And this is a question I really like because, I face challenges specifically in this area. So he says, can you share examples of how data teams have contributed to significant achievements in an organization? And you see, the reason why this is very important is that, you see, as data professionals, it's very easy to be focused on, oh, I need to build this machine learning model. I need to build that dashboard. I need to build this AI model. And you're not necessarily thinking about the impact on the organization. So you find out that a lot of times you struggle, right? And that's why this question is very, very important. So I'll be, Olamide, if you could just help us out with that question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ayo. And hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be at DataFest again. Okay. So I think the first way to look at it is that as data professionals, you cannot see yourself outside of the business. Okay, I like that a lot of us have the cool skills. We can use Python, you can use R, your SQL skills are on point. I met someone today that told me that she's 10 over 10 in Power BI. and I told her that I've only seen an 11 over, I've actually seen an 11 over 10. I've met an 11 over 10. Trust me, she's Indian. That, by the way. So the skills are good, all right? But then see yourself as a business owner, all right? If you have a company and you hire someone with the best talent and you're not making ends meet, you're not making profit, would you still keep the person? Probably not. So as data professionals, we need to connect what we're doing with what the business is doing. Okay, in my own organization last year, I didn't wait for my bosses to tell me, measure the impact of what you are doing in monetary terms. Monetary terms simply means naira and kobo, meaning that if you build a particular machine learning model, how does that allow the company to improve on their own performance? Yes. So you as a professional, you must find a way to track it. I've told the guys that work with me that build Power BI dashboards that if you guys were to translate what you are doing in the team to maybe a place like UK, you will be making the most money for the bank. Because that's a skill that you build a dashboard, people will probably pay you directly for it. But then if you are here and you are doing the same thing for an organization, how do you now tell them that I'm tired, that okay, I'm making money? But then you really have to find the connection. And I'll give you another example. Really, if you build a dashboard that is going to help you acquire customers now, maybe for the sales team or a retail team in organization, and they're using that dashboard to track maybe the trend of how they are bringing in customers into the organization. But then if that dashboard is not connected to maybe the improvement or not, you've just probably done something interesting and something that is just good to see. But then just to tie it all up, we need to ensure that everything we're doing, whether you're a data scientist, whether you are a data engineer in the back end, how does what I'm doing, how does it connect with the business? How does it help the business to make money?
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's very, very, very important, because when you're talking with stakeholders, you find out that one of the things they would say is, how does this contribute to the bottom line? They're just interested in, how does this bring profit, or how does this bring revenue? So it's very, very critical. All right, so the next question I'm going to ask Joju, right? And it's really around how data teams should be structured. So some organizations will say, you know what, we'll have a central team, right? So every request from the different departments comes to this central team. The central team executes. Some other organizations will say, let's have a decentralized team. So each department has its own, data analytics team, and those people can be focused. Some other organizations might say they want a hybrid structure. So what would you advise, Joju? Which is best, and in what cases would you go with each?
Okay, thank you, Ayo. Good morning, everyone. It's my first time at DataFest, so I'm quite excited.
Let's put our hands together.
Yes, first as DataFest, exactly. So I'm very, very happy. I like engaging and connecting with data professionals. It's literally a thrill of my life. So once again, thank you for having me. Talking about how to set up a data team, I think on the context of, let's say we are looking at an enterprise environment, so a large company of more than maybe 1,000, between 1,000 to 5,000 employees, I think it's very important to, at the very beginning, how you structure where your team, sort of like the organizational structure, is very key and can determine immediately whether that team will be a high-performing team or not. And I say that in the sense that it's important that a data team is either reporting to, it has a line of report that is influential in the organization, or at least is aligned with an executive or like a sponsor that is influential in the organization. Because if you have a data team that is just situated maybe down the line in the line of reporting, whatever thing they are doing, whatever transformative thing is being done might not really cascade to the decision makers. So that's number one thing I think is very important. So I know in most of all the organizations, some data teams probably report to maybe chief data officers or chief marketing officers and the likes, some report to the CIO. So as long as it's important that the reporting line, there's some form of visibility for the team. That's the first thing. So in how you're structuring how the data team reporting line is positioned is very key. Another thing will be the expertise. I would say typically, I think in enterprise environments, because you want to get the best value and get insight and analytics across to decision makers as fast as possible, I typically would suggest like an hybrid kind of setup, right? Where you have a central data management team that probably consists of some of the personas Tony had mentioned, data engineering, people that do discovery, data analysts, ML engineers, and all of that, You have that central data management team that is sort of like responsible for sort of like federating how things works, right? From the central perspective. Of course, they're also close to management. So basically, they are working to curate data, make it available in line with the data strategy that has been defined for the company. And of course, the data strategy must have been in line. This data strategy typically should be a subset of the business strategy. So data strategy is aligned with the business strategy. And then the central team is directly sort of like delivering on that data strategy from the central perspective. However, you then still also have the data skills sort of like localized in the different departments or businesses or however the company is structured. So I think for enterprise environments, the hybrid kind of approach is best, so that you have those people that are close to the business, that has the domain knowledge, working with data, also interacting with the people in the central, and then that way you're able to get insights faster to the people that need to make decisions. That's what I would say.
All right, thank you very, very much. Well said. I just want to hammer on the points that Joju has made, and it's because it's an area that many people don't talk about, and that was the first thing she said when you talked about sponsorship and visibility. I think that it's a soft side of things that many people don't talk about, because the truth about it is, if the team is not structured in a way that it is reporting to a sponsor or someone who is visible in that organization, right, the members of that team will suffer, right? Because what it means is that that team would never really have the visibility it should have. And obviously, if it doesn't have the visibility, you won't get promotions, you won't get salary increases, and you won't have impact as a data team in that organization. So I think that is very critical, and I just thought to bring that out also from what you've said. All right, I think Tony wants to add to it.
Yeah. Very spot on the visibility of the person that they are reporting to. But another thing very critical is the appreciation that that person gives to data. Very important. Some people are reporting to executive directors who, though very visible, very powerful, but that person is not a data person. What are you guys doing? Come on, go sell market and give me accounts. It will turn you to a salesperson because he has grown in the cadre of the organization as a salesperson. He believes banking is about acquire customers. The rest is story, that kind of a thing. So you must also make sure that the person, though visible, very important, also appreciates the place of data and is ready to push you to the infancy, to maturity, and defend you. That is also very critical.
Fantastic. And I think that's also very critical, because if I think about it now, a lot of the best people I've worked with are people who were not only influential, but they also appreciated data. So it's very critical. So we'll go quickly to Peter. So we'd like to find out the traits of high-performing team members. So a high-performing team member, how do you identify that person in a team? What are some of the traits?
Thank you very much. It's also my first time at DataFest, so it's a pleasure to be here.
Welcome.
As well. To the question that Ayo is posing to us, the most important trait for a high-performing person is ownership. You need to own space. If you're assigned a project, or if you're leading a project, you have to know and own end to end that aspect. You don't have to, when you need when questions are asked, or when issues come up, you have to be able to step in. You have to be able to own that process from the end to end. Of course, you want to have the technical skills. You want to have, for example, if you're a data scientist, you want to know how to write Python, and you want to know how to write all those other things. But the most important trait is that ownership, that being able to stand in the gap, being able to own that project from beginning to end, right? It's a trait that the leadership looks out for. People should be able to give you a project and forget about it and say, I've given it to Joju, I've given it to Peter. The project is going to be delivered, right? Nobody wants someone that is reporting to them that they have to constantly monitor, or have to constantly check on, or have to constantly correct what they are doing. Or something comes up in one aspect and they don't know about it. Or so an exigent circumstance comes up and you are having to then correct the whole project that you are working on after this. So that ownership from beginning to end is the most critical trait. All the other things are subsets of that ownership. Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And as Peter was talking, as he said ownership, I just smiled because I just thought about it. It's actually one of the most critical traits that you want to look for in a high perform, or in a team member, right? That identifies them as high performing. Because thinking about it, I will pick, someone who is maybe 7/10 with the technical skills, but is able to own his tasks. I'll pick that person over someone who is even 20/10, right? But isn't able to own his task. Because when you are able to own the task, you're able to see them from end to end. It shows you're also passionate. It shows you are proactive. It shows you are responsible, right? And one of the things I want to highlight is that if you look at a lot of the things that the speakers have been talking about, they are not, it's not all technical. It's the soft side of things. Peter has talked about ownership. Jojo has talked about, sponsorship, visibility. Tony has also talked about other things, and Olamide. So you find out that as much as, yes, we come to events like this, and yes, there are technical sessions, you want to code, you want to write scripts, you want to build models, you want to build dashboards, the softer side of things are also extremely very, very important. So I just thought to touch on that. I have Jojo and Olamide again. All right, go ahead.
Just a quick addition to that. In my own team,
okay,
there's a particular individual that everybody seems to like agree that this person is like one of my star performers.
Yeah.
And I can clearly tell you that this person is not the best technically. And the differentiating factor was clearly ownership, and then that ability to solve problems and ensure that, okay, when I have something that is placed above me, I deliver it and I ensure that it's even better than what is expected. In fact, I had a wager with this person, like, okay, are you sure that between the two of us, who's going to wear who out first? And she said that, I said, I'm quite very, very tough myself. But at the end of the day, this person ended up wearing me out because it was constant delivery, constant value, constant ownership. And like I said, this person wasn't even the best technically in the entire team. And it was so clear that even my own boss could actually see it. It was clear from the output of the work. You could see there was a lot of initiative, there was a lot of thought through it, and like I said, wasn't the best technical person.
All right, Jojo also wants to say something.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
I was very excited when you went to this direction around soft skills. I've been in this space for quite a bit, and I couldn't agree more, right? I wanted to sort of just rehash the importance of soft skills when it comes to dealing with data. There's a common saying that I go with now, that I don't recruit for aptitude as much. I recruit for attitude, right? So like Olamide said, you can be 70%. If you have the right attitude to anything in life, you can learn anything. You can absolutely learn anything. So I'm looking for someone that is curious. Are you curious? Are you honest? Can you relate with other people? What is the point of a data scientist that, oh, everybody says this guy is the guru, he's very good, but he's very rude. He cannot communicate with stakeholders. And they'll say, this guy knows his work. We do, especially, let me not, no offense to bankers, especially in banks, they'll say, that guy is the guru. He knows only him and God knows the code, but nobody can ask him any question. Do you get? Those kind of people that negative energy will permeate the team. At the end of the day, they are not a great addition to the team. So I wanted to say that, especially in my own company, they always ask me, Jojo, how do you get good people? And I say, when you people are looking for, you write 1 million, I will test you. You will do scenario questions. I know that I can get you to do that. And if I think you're not up to par, I can train you. But if I'm doing an interview, for example, I spoke to some lady and we gave her like an exercise to do. It was around data analytics. And we then told her to analyze and sort of tell us the story of the data set. What will you do in this scenario? And there was something about maybe the company, we gave her a fictitious company. She said that the marketing departments, the data, they're not generating a lot of revenue, and that what she would recommend, based on what she can see in the data, is for them to employ more females so that they can use those females to market their products. Can you see that there's a fundamental value system problem already? If you see that your a female resource is most importantly useful for, do you get? So for that singular reason, I didn't hire her. Do you see? So I'm saying more often than not, the softer skills are so critical. And I know a lot of young people are so desperate. I want to get a job. I want to this. You are lying on your CV and all of that. I'm saying we see through that. And when I speak to you, there's micro expressions, there's all of those things. I can tell. So I'm over and above any hard skill. I would go for the softer skills because I know that if you're excellent with the softer skills, we can brush you up with the hard skill. I just wanted to point that out.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together again for the speakers. It's been an insightful session. All right, so we'll talk about Jackpa. We're about to talk about Jackpa. But before you get too excited, we're not talking about Jackpa from the standpoint of you Jackpaing. No. We're talking about it from the standpoint of the team. So and I think we'll start with Tony again, then Olamide. You can actually all answer this question. So Tony, Olamide, Jojo, and Peter, we can go in that order. So the question is, how do you attract and retain top talent considering this Jackpa trend? I think thinking about it, it's not even just the Jackpa these days. I mean, people stay in one organization 1 year, they're leaving the other year. And I can tell you for free that as someone who leads a data team, this has been a nightmare for me. A serious night. There are days you're just having sleepless nights because you don't even know who is going to leave next and what is going to happen next. And you have a lot of pressure. There are a lot of deliverables that need to go out. So we'll start with Tony, then move to Olamide, and then George and Peter.
Thank you very much. It's a $1 million question. Just what you said, that's what gives you sleepless nights. You're not alone. I mean, maybe all others will also say this. It's all of us, and it's even global, not only Nigeria. That's what I want us to know. It's not only, if you see the Gartner report about what troubles the city, trends of what troubles the CDO the most in 2023, check out the report. It's number 3 on availability of skills, retention of high skills. So it's a global problem. But what can you do as a leader or CDO or somebody, whether you're called CDO or not, you're leading data team? It's normal employee engagement practices, not only for data talents, but what exactly do people see that make them to stay? I will say 1, apply to their head. And what do I mean by that? Number 1, you must be an organization that is known outside and even inside as promoting professional mastery. Training your people is extremely very important. If this person joins the organization, do you know that you are here? Some company cannot allow their data scientists to go for DataFest. Come on, what are you talking about? You have to collect salary. So they don't appreciate the fact that data scientists are not just ordinary resource. They are a category of people we call knowledge workers. And for managing knowledge workers, research shows that mastery is very important. This guy wants to be on the edge. So if you have a team of data scientists, you must put them on the edge, train them. My team, we closed shop yesterday. Where were we? We were with David Abu in Microsoft's building, learning about, what was it? Fabric. I mean, you saw me there for some of you that were there. I was there in person. The entire team were there. Why? Because they know that if I'm in that company, my head is going to be correct. The second thing, also about the head, is make their head swell. Make their head swell. Recognize them. And I will talk about reward, which is very important. Pay them well. Make their hand wet. Make their hand wet. Okay? But beyond making their hands wet, I have seen people who left their company to take a job where they are being paid lower because his head was not swelling enough. Recognition, social recognition. Show the person that is doing the work. You mentioned your guy, that even your line manager knows that person. He will stay with you. But some bosses will take the shine off their people. That will not make people to want to come to the organization or to stay in the organization. And let me quickly say this so that I can allow my colleagues to also say 1 or 2 things. People know the organization structure and culture, though they've not joined you. Let me repeat that. People that are not inside. I can tell you, how do you rate working in Stanbic? I don't want you to answer, okay? How do you rate working in InterSwitch? You've not worked there one day, but one way or the other, you have a feel. I know a bank today that if I've never worked there, But if they give me an offer, I won't go because of what I've heard. So in the same manner, so those normal employee engagement thing is very important. I said, what their hand, pay them well. Pay them well. Not only money, a lot of other things. Their wellness is also very important. You know, if you get to our 909 building, you see gym, and we're even going to build, well, it's not the time for that, but you know, supersonic environment that gives them psychological safety. This person can go, okay, I'm talking too much, but please, I hope I'm making sense. All right. I met a guy yesterday, DataFest last year, and I also met him yesterday in Microsoft's building. He walked up to me last year and said, do you know what I see? I've lost 2 jobs because I braid my hair. And I'm like, what? So if you are working in an environment where you don't give people inclusion, you don't give them psychological safety, you judge them because of how they look, what they are, definitely Japaism is being promoted in such a kind of organization. Let me stop at those points. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Tony. I think Tony has covered training, also compensation. I once hired a guy. I remember doing the interview. It was in a co-working space, and his hair was braided. I remember, and we ended up hiring the guy. So that is actually very, very important. I think what I would like to add to that is you need to give your data teams flexible work arrangements. Where are my Gen Zs? You need to give them flexible working arrangement. Okay, even me, I like working flexible. So and the world is really tending towards hybrid, meaning that there are times you need to show up and there are times you need to also work from home. So that's actually very important. Then one core aspect I'd like to also stress is, as leaders, you need to challenge your team. More like you need to give them a reason to stay based on the work that they do. It can't be the business as usual. It can't be the mundane. There has to be projects that is what they are salt, what they are well. Meaning that I was talking about this question with some of my colleagues before the session started. And like I was giving an example. Okay, you can see that, oh, we're doing this particular project. We're doing this other particular project. Because if you sit and think about it, really, your professional life is beyond even the money. Trust me. All right. I always say the money will come. The money will actually come. But then what do you have in your own pockets as experience of what you can do? What will you say in an interview? All right. If I call some of you today now, like, all right, tell yourself. You need to be able to sell yourself based on what you can do, not so much as the tool you can use. And the best way to do that is to apply that skill to a particular problem or a particular project that is solid, not just any project. So that gives your guys the reason to even think about, if I change jobs to this particular place now, I'm going to miss the learning in this particular project. I'm not going to be able to say that I worked on this, because your CV has to be that built, developed, created. You need to speak to it. And when people question you, they would see. When the last interview that I did before coming for this job that I do now, I just spoke on one project and I realized that it was just smooth sailing because I had the project at the back of my head because I was there and then. So you need to challenge your people to be able to do very, very demanding projects, and then the flexible work arrangement. Let me stop there.
Thank you. George, do you have something to add?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So just to piggyback on what Olamide and Tony has said, I always say this again, like people will remember, people will forget what you say to them, but they will never forget how you make them feel. I think our approach typically is, like Tony said, I think the number one thing is the psychological safety, right? We spend a lot of time doing work. Work is an integral part of our life. I tell people, if you have issues with work, work is destiny shaping. Don't take work lightly. So if I spend this number of hours, if you calculate it per year, you probably spend more hours with your work colleagues more than you spend with your family members. So it's important that that environment is not toxic and is favor. You consider it or you conceive it as favorable for you. So like I said, I'm going to pick up back on what you've said. I think First, importantly, the environment. Create a very nurturing and creative environment. Like Olamide said, you cannot have a high-performing staff and give them mundane work to do. So how you set up the team, like Tony also said, people can leave even for the fact that they don't think that there's an exciting project to work on. I've seen such situations where people left a high-paying job to go and pursue a more fulfilling endeavor. And like I've always tried to tell people, data and working around data is a social technical endeavor, meaning you are dealing with technology, people, culture, and all of that. So it's important to have a psychologically safe environment for people to work. And like, what's it called? Olamide has also said, learning, creating an environment where people can learn and the freedom to sort of like fail. It's okay to try new things and fail so that people don't feel like, oh, I'm stifled. If I try now, my boss will not, and then I'm out. They must know that there should be training environment, there should be experimental environment where people can try new things, learn new technologies and fail. We know how data moves, tech around data also moves. Last year was data mesh. This year is generative AI. They should be, exposed to all these things and they should believe that they have the ability to sort of like experiment. Lastly, so that I don't take all the time as well, it's important to also make people feel a part of the company. So that is, if you have to reiterate and sort of articulate the vision, the mission, when people feel like a part of a thing, they don't want to leave. So if you have sort of like articulated the vision for the data team, we want to become this by X number of years. We have a roadmap. When there's a clear direction like that, people can plug in and they can see where they fit in. Not that we're just coming every day. They tell me to create a dashboard and then I create it. And like he also said, pay them well and make them feel good. And making people feel good is beyond giving them financial reward. Sometimes there's something we do in my company where we give praise. So maybe I do a project with you and you did very well on the project. I can write to the entire company to say, I want to praise Tony for helping me on this project and helping me achieve this, this, and this. And then I tie that project to the benefit that that project is bringing to the entire company so that there's a global view that Tony helped on this project and he afforded the company to do X, Y, Z. And everybody then can then say, well done, Tony. All those kind of things actually make people feel better. So again, psychological safety, letting people know they matter, be kind to them, creating an environment of continuous learning and development, and I think just generally being flexible as well. The world of work has changed. You cannot say you must come to the office every day of the week. Like Olamide said, yeah, anybody that is doing that now, you're just joking. So I think also being attentive to understand how people want to work, their style of work, outcomes, over like defining roles and activities and efficiency. Creativity should not be sacrificed on the altar of efficiency. There should be an happy balance. That's all I would like to say.
All right, thank you very much, Jojo. Peter, you can.
All right, so I'll probably give a personal example. I've left 2 jobs because I got bored. You don't want your people to get bored doing what they are doing. So before the jackpot trend that is popular now, tech was the place where we had the highest attrition of people always moved. But the main reason why people moved, more than financial compensation, more than being offered roles in new place, was because the next place they were going was exciting. You want to go to a place where you are learning something new. Tony had mentioned, and Jojo as well had mentioned, that you want to work in a place where you are learning something new. You're working on a project that is challenging your mind. You're working on a project that makes you feel like I'm better than I was yesterday. When I look back 2 or 3 months ago, I didn't know this thing. Right? So you want to be in that place where your people are learning new things. Right? And then you also want to make, back to the very important point I think we also need to hash on, is you want to make your place a very reputable place to work in. Right? I know people have left better paying jobs to go to a company just because of the name. I've had colleagues that have left higher paying jobs to just come say, okay, I want to work for Microsoft, or I want to work for Stanbic IPCC, or we even have Sterling Bank here. People have left higher paying jobs and then gone to Sterling Bank just because they want to work in a place that has that brand recognition behind them. Right? So you want to be seen, you want your place to be seen as a place that is innovative. Right? But most importantly, you don't want your people to get bored doing what they are doing, because when you get bored, they say an idle mind is the devil's workshop. The devil will bring all the is when you are doing this thing, when you are bored and your work has most likely been automated in your mind, right? You know you're coming to the office and what I'm doing is writing SQL scripts from morning till night. You can do it without thinking. While you're writing the SQL scripts, an ad will pop up about what do you call it? Scholarship in New Zealand, right? But if you are challenged, if your people are challenged, when the ad comes up, they close it. Right. Thank you.
So,
All right,
Ayo,
thank you. Okay.
just
Okay,
1
go ahead,
minute.
go ahead.
It's also important to add that your people need to have a clear path of where their career is going to. Very, very important. They need to see that they can grow in organization. That if can I be the chief data officer in the future, or can I head this particular team? They also need to be able to see a clear-cut career path. That's also a very, very strong reason to stay.
All right, thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for our panelists? It has been an insightful session. I've learned so much. All right, so we would like to appreciate our panelists, and we have a plaque, an award here for them. I'll start with Olamide. If you could just come up. What? No, it's fine. All right, let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. So we'll call up Twain. Thank you very much. Oh, no, give me Twain. All right, thank you. Let's welcome Twain. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take a picture together. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. All right, I'd like to welcome Joju. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. All right, let's just. All right, thank you. And then Peter. Thank you very much for coming. All right, thank you. So let's just clap for the panelists as we go off the stage. I'm sure the session was very insightful and very good. Thank you very, very much. We can just go through this way. Okay, we're going to take a picture together. Sorry. Just very quickly.
All right. So I hope we've learned a lot. Very good. So I would tell all the speakers for the breakout session should please go to their various locations now, please. Okay, so the next session we'll be having is a sponsorship session by Berkeley Data. A round of applause.
Thank you. DataFestAfrica. DataFestAfrica. You're not sounding like people who are data people. All the stuff that the four experienced data people have just spoken about, the most important thing that you need to succeed is you have to be excited about data. You need to let it show and beam through demeanor, the way you speak, the way you walk, the way you talk, everything you do, you need to show excitement. You need to be excited. So if you're excited this morning, please shout DataFestAfrica. Well, good morning. My name is Ade Ajibola, CDMP, Certified Data Management Professional. I bring you greetings from the United Kingdom, where I'm based. I am the CEO of Berkeley Data Strategist, an organization which I incorporated in 2018 after being either a permanent staff or a contractor at one point or the other in so many organizations like the Royal Bank of Scotland, HSBC Bank, Rabobank, AstraZeneca, GSK. I finally then took a role of a chief data officer with the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority in Saudi Arabia. You dare not board a plane to Saudi Arabia without knowing your onions. So this morning, I have come to tell you that firstly, data is not technical. It doesn't have to be technical. I think it was the lady from Sterling Bank, I can't remember her name now. Every time she spoke, I was at the back and I was telling my people, wow, she gets it. Data is about people, process, and then technology. And there's a reason why technology comes last. It's an enabler. What is data? It's a means of representation. It is how an organization or anybody represents itself. Product, customer, service, employee. How you represent yourself. So for you to manage it, for you to harness it, for you to, do all the stuff that you need to do with it. AI, for example, artificial intelligence. Everybody's excited about AI. And the guy from Chelsea spoke about how Chelsea used AI to win football, and everybody was excited. Did you think about how did they trust the data? Somebody mentioned garbage in, garbage out. If you put data that is not trusted in AI, which is artificial intelligence, all you will get is artificial stupidity. The only way for you to make sure it doesn't happen is why I'm here, and that is what I do, data management. So what is data management? I've told you what data is. I have told you that it's a means of representation. It's just how you represent your organization or whatever you do. So what is data management? It is the act or the process, the approach, the manner for you to make sure that you are extracting value from your data and you are looking after it throughout its life cycle. Data has a life cycle. I am standing on Sam Adeyemi's pulpit. I'm sure it's anointed, but I cannot pray for data to just appear. It has to be created. You are able to read it. Someone can update it. Then it can be deleted. It needs to be managed throughout that life cycle, regardless of whether it's with what pipeline, whether it's sitting in the cloud, in the Azure, or whether it's in the database somewhere. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Yeah. So it's about the people, process, and the technology. And that's what data management does. Two main parts, data quality and data governance. Data quality is the process where, firstly, you make it trusted. You define your data standards. How should data be created? Who should have access? Right? How are we going to delete it? Your retention policy, for example. Then you make it trusted, not just first time, because, well, no disrespect to the data analysts, but if you heard me speak before, or if I was speaking in the UK, I'm sure somebody will know exactly what I'm about to say. It is the idea to reduce the number of analysis that you have to do before you use data. Hence, you need to save on data analysis, right? I know everybody wants to be a data analyst, but it's not the way. The way forward is to have data that you can trust first time and every time. The CBN governor calls the CEO of Stanbic Bank and he says, I want you to submit to me all your transactions of your corporate customers within the next 24 hours. It should be available at the press of a button. It shouldn't involve scrambling around, calling data analysts, you're getting data together out of the database, and then you're analyzing, and then you are fixing it, you are cleansing and all that. No. Your data should be trusted, not just the first time after analysis. It should be trusted every time. And that's what data governance does. It's about having policies in place, the procedures, the right frameworks, empowering the right people within your organization, the people in the business who are the ones that use data to take accountability and responsibility around data. Now, it sounds like something that is not so common or not a lot of people know about it in this part of the world. Well, that's what I thought this morning. But no, all the people that sat here, every time they spoke data management. It's just that it is not evangelized out there. So it means that the people who really know data, who are already working with data in this part of the world, they know what data governance is. Somebody even mentioned the word data quality. So they know. So hence, I am here. I am called the data evangelist. You can find me on the social media, Instagram or whatever, Berkeley Data Strategist. You can follow me. But more so, I want to offer you the opportunity to develop this skill, which clearly is required, is needed. The people at the top already know it. Someone mentioned a chief data officer, for example. That's the highest office in data. It's a data management person that will sit in that area. So these opportunities are there. Don't just run around to do the technical bit. Please, I beg you, understand that it's about people and process. And it's even more important, right, to get that people and process right. Right? So what I'm trying to say is basically this, and I'll keep quiet and I'll disappear. I'll be at the back there. Feel free to come and say hello to me. What I'm asking you to learn to do is to give organizations the opportunity using this water analogy. You go into a kitchen, you use a glass cup, you collect water, and you just drink it. In the part of the world where I flew in from 2 days ago. Because why? Because we trust the data. In this instance, the water. Yeah? We trust it. We know that there are policies in place, there are procedures, there are standards. I trust that the water that will come out of my tap is water because I know that in the UK, there are UK policies and standards on how this water is piped and is cleansed and before it then comes into the house. Perhaps in other parts of the world, you have to first collect that water and then you have to check whether it's water, whether it's not mixed with petrol. Then you go and boil it. When you finish boiling it, then you wait for it to cool down, right? After that, then you now sieve it before you then drink it. All this while, it's taking so long to quench your thirst. It's taking so long to make a business decision. It should not be. All this stuff, part of it is analysis. That is what organizations now need to get rid of. Collect water, drink it, make your business decisions, and you move on. Right? That's for the people who want to learn to go into data. I also have an offering for which I'll be talking to the 4 speakers and anybody who's representing the company. It's called the CDO as a service. It's a Chief Data Officer as a service. Right? Perhaps as an organization, you want to take advantage of data and you don't know how to do it. We can come in, we can hold your hands, we can set it up for you, and then we hand it over you walk away, and then you run the show going forward. It's called a Chief Data Officer as a Service. We can do part-time, we can do it remotely, we can be located in Nigeria to do it. We have the manpower. We've trained more than 1,000 people based in Lagos. So the manpower is there. If you want to jackpot, of course, please do not jackpot without having a certified data management professional certificate in your hand. There are less than 4,000 people in the world that has this certification. Less than 4,000 people in the world. The opportunities are there. If you can't see it yet, then you need to come to Samade Yami on a Sunday for him to pray for you. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at the back.
Thank you very much, Berkeley Data, for giving us insights as regards data strategy and data governance. Data first! Data first! Are you guys tired? You're hungry? It's almost lunch. It's almost lunch. It's almost lunch. I can relate. I can relate. It's almost lunchtime. All right. So right now we'll be going to the breakout sessions. Right. So like you said, these sessions have been designed particularly for you to gain the most out of it. So we're having 4 breakout sessions. If you look across the room, on my far left, you'll see a screen there, screen over there, screen over there, and screen over there. So just listen to this session so you can take notes of the one you want to go to. So we have the session for getting started with technical writing, leveraging AI's roles in enhancing efficiency and quality by Jeremiah Oluseye at Sankofa Hall, just by the door. The screen is over there, just by the door, right? And then we have data renaissance, revolutionizing customer experience through data-driven insights. We have Share Hall. This is Share Hall, just by my left, right? Share Hall. I'll take that again. Data renaissance, revolutionizing customer experience through data-driven insights. Share Hall, over there. I'll take Sankofa again. Getting started with technical writing, leveraging AI's role in enhancing efficiency and quality by Jeremiah Oluseye, over there, Sankofa Hall. Then to my right of your left, overview of storage and database products on Google Cloud by Sahid Akintola, to my, whatever it's called, to my far right. And that class will be virtual, right? And then we have over there, Kubara Hall, implementing ML strategy, no, implementing ML research papers, practical strategies for bringing research into product application, implementing ML research papers, practical strategies for bringing research into product application by Samuel Kennedy Ayo, over there. These sessions last for 30 minutes, so please, you may now go to your sessions. Sankofa, by the door. Share, by my left. Nkowa, by my right. And Kubara, by the other extreme door.
Like when you call someone, you tell them stand up. But it's fine. Yeah.
Getting started with AI. No, getting started with technical writing, leveraging AI's roles in enhancing efficiency and quality. Where? Implementing ML research papers, right? Yes, Kubera. You'll find volunteers around directing you. Kubera to my far right. Yes, Sankofa is by the door, the entrance. Sankofa is by the door, the entrance. Getting started with technical writing. Share Hall, revolutionizing customer experience through data-driven insights. I'm sure our speakers are ready for you, so just go to the session, to the hall, sit down, and yeah. Unkowa, overview of storage and database products on Google Cloud. Which one? Oh, all right. It's on the slide. What do you, Sankofa by the door? Sankofa by the door. Share. Which one do you want? Nkowa, that's Nkowa. Google Storage. Research papers, implementing over there. Sharehole, that's Sharehole. Implementing research papers, Kubarat, down there. Revolutionalizing Sharehole. Please be part of a breakout session. Be part of a breakout session. Data renaissance, data renaissance, data renaissance. Let me check. Share this one. Please join a breakout session. You don't want Jenny. Sorry. I almost
after the program.
Speakers for the next session. Hello, hello. Psst, psst. Psst, psst. Sir, I need it. He wants to use it. Hello, hello. Breakout sessions, please let's wrap up. Speakers for the next breakout session, please go to your halls. Speakers for the next breakout sessions, please go to your halls. At Sankofa Hall, we'll be having the Art of Forecasting by 12 p.m. on the dot. Speakers for the next session, please go to your halls. Sankofa Hall, Art of Forecasting. Okay.
It's time for the next breakout session. Speakers, please round up. All right, so we have another breakout session. So the first one is The Art of Forecasting by Bumi Akiremi, Sankofa Hall. Then we have How Does Netflix Build Softwares to Streamline Organizational Operations by Ruchi Agawa, Nkowa Hall.
Breakout is going on now, so we don't have to sit here.
Then you have The Collaborative Frontier, Empowering Data-Driven Businesses Through Open Source Innovation, Share Hall. And that's by Busayo Awobade.
And then Kubara, just how much math do I need over there? I know we are hungry. After this breakout is lunch, right?
The Art of Forecasting,
Over
Sankofa
there.
Hall. How does Netflix build software to streamline organizational operations?
Over
Nkowa.
here. This is in Koa.
Empowering data-driven businesses through open source innovations. Share Hall.
That's it.
Just how much maths do I need? Kubera Hall.
Over there. Your speakers are already waiting for you. They already started. So let's.
Just how much
That's Share
maths
Hall.
do I need? Kubera.
Sankofa. Over there.
The Art of Forecasting, Sankofa Hall. That way. The Art of Forecasting, Sankofa. That way. How does Netflix build software to streamline organizational operations? Unkowa. This way.
Nkoa. Over here. Netflix. Operational.
Just how much math do I need? Kubera.
Kubera. Over there.
Just how much math or mathematics do I need? That way.
Are we clear?
The Art of Forecasting, Sankofa. That way. Sorry? That. Share Hall. Sorry? Open source.
Do we have that? So please just identify your.
Open source innovation. Share. How much math do I need? Kubera. That way. The Art of Forecasting, Sankofa. That way. How Netflix builds softwares. Nkowa. This way. That way. Kubera. How much mathematics do I need? Kubera. Yeah.
After the break, another breakout.
So this breakout is for 30 minutes. By 12:30, we'll go for break. Open source, this way. Share. Open source, share, this way. Man,
Go to Jennifer's.
here we just left our.
Is that? I'll try. I'll try my best. How I started today thinking of which one is and how I have crammed everything in my head.
As in,
Let me get here. I want to build we have operational things we need to build in our company.
What? What is data science? Post it tomorrow. If you want to Zion, you are the data science. Okay. Oh, then.
So she wants. I know she will happen.
Data science.
Abuse is
So, yeah, like people in see. So, data science is in Canada. I'm here. I'm far away from.
Okay, Peckham.
Yeah, if you guys are food now, so you should be able to help.
There are plenty.
Okay, like you want to hire somebody in your team. If you hire a friend like you go pay.
Okay, it's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. She's been looking for it. That's true.
I only money can make you know, on 2 days ago, I was so tired. I was in the office around 11. Yeah. Then I checked my LinkedIn. Then sent me a message, that you want are you ready this business energy specialist or something like that. Salary dollars. So for 1 second, next time I finish, I'm like, let me just send somebody. God, I'm so tired. I cannot wait. But you don't pitch me well. I don't know if people feel like they feel well.
Don't announce break time. Don't announce break.
Yeah, let me get you guys something to eat. Drinks for you.
no, I don't do that. My own way. Then I meet today.
I need your shower for me. She knows that she's
Why 215?
There are vendors outside selling. Yeah, so they can just go and buy. I have business kits. I like, you have skits. Yeah. How about the shoe? Imagine it's not after breakout. The shoe and how will everybody in the order? No, then after breakout, tell them to go and buy. Just vendors. No, like we need to specifically mention that they are skits. They are vendors. Yeah, because I want, I don't want it to be like the vendors who come. They will not, because they paid money. So what I'm saying is, within a lunch session, so there are options for you. There are vendors outside, and they will also have free. Make sure you free biscuits for him. So that the biscuits.
As a dessert.
Because you guys are sponsoring, so it's not that. So no, that was like they needed. Okay, they sponsored. No, they bought for free now. So that was like they needed them to tell them that you have to go and get biscuits. It's during lunch. Very nice. How do you feel? Are you enjoying it? Yes, it's good. Yeah. So you cannot call yourself I'm a host. Original host. Is she a data person? Oh, really? Really? Wow, I should go look at that one. Started now. I'm not a plan, but it's not by body alone. It's not by body alone. You have the smile. That smile that, oh my god, again. But was at the beginning, was it hard to interact? Like, because well, your data why are you hungry? Talk now.
I think what helps.
Oh, okay. And then engaging them.
That was that period of time.
What do you think the event? What do you think?
Yes, makes sense.
Yeah, I really like it. Yeah. Your brain will be on because we have 2 more.
Exactly. I just saw it and I'm like,
wow. That's what debate is 1 hour 30. It's 1 hour 30. Oh, it's 1 hour. Okay, it's 1 hour. It's 1 hour, yeah. It's 12:30. Sadiq would have messaged you. Actually, Sadiq.
Who approve? Who send am? Who send you?
It's a general sent a general to everybody. So some people have and also
Maya, where's the toilet?
There's a shorter cut here.
Where?
okay, no, I don't think they sent it. They sent it to the employees in
Maya of Lagos. My pleasure being with you. My
Congratulations. It's time to network. You can network with him after the session. You guys
It's a good result. Thank you.
You want me to tell you how to do magic? What I was thinking, for first thing, again, right, you need to already have something on ground before you really you need to know at least present, right? Fast. So, I think it would be better if you give me a scenario, right? So picture,
I'm just doing.
but
Hello. Yes. So the sessions are over. This is the lunch break for 1 hour. Lunch break and networking. To get your food, there is a vendor outside you're going to get your food from. Right. So you can go outside, get your food from the vendor. And also we have a stand from one of our sponsors where you can get biscuits for free. Right. And to just snack on like a dessert or something. So don't forget, go outside. There's a vendor outside for lunch, network, and have fun for the next 1 hour. See you in 1 hour time. And for our Muslim brothers and sisters who wants to pray, there is a school just outside by the left-hand side. You can go there to pray. For our Muslim brothers and sisters who wants to pray, there is a school just outside of this facility by the left-hand side. You can go there to pray. But just when you go out, you can just ask a couple of questions. You'll be able to identify the place. Not far away, just a few walking steps from here. Thank you very much. there is a gate, there's a door behind this gallery, right? So everyone trying to go out from gate 2, you can also go out from gate 4. And we're also opening up gate 6 and gate 3. So just take note of it so people can easily go out and come in. All right? Gate 4 is just behind this gallery. It's open, so you can take it for easy exit and entry into the facility. Gate 3 and gate 6 will be opened up shortly, so you can easily exit and easily enter the facility as well. Yeah. Zainab Abdusalam, our lightning talk speaker from earlier today. If you're around and you can hear me, please kindly come to the stage. Zainab Abdusalam, the first lightning talk speaker for today. If you can hear me, please come to the stage. Our Muslim brothers and sisters who wants to pray, there is a church there is a school just outside of this facility by your left-hand side. Once you go there, you can pray. The lunch break is on. Exit the building from doors 2 and doors 4. Doors 3 and 6 will be opened up shortly, so we can easily exit and enter the facility. And see you in 45 minutes. Hello. So please speakers for the next workshops, for the next breakout workshops, please you can begin to go to your sessions. Speakers for the next workshops. Tosin Amuda, Jennifer Ibi, Oluwatobi Yusuf, and Ernest Owojori. Please go to your sessions now. All right. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, I can see our mouths are still moving. Well, it's been a great time so far, hasn't it? Awesome, awesome. So those of us behind, if you're not volunteers, I know you're networking as well. You could just try to just begin to settle in so we can go to the next session, right? Data first.
People are still eating.
I saw that coming, but
You
I
guys
tried.
are still eating.
So let's try it. Just help me.
Please
Data
settle
first.
down.
Say Africa now. Data first. Hey, it's okay. Just say something. Yes, thank you. I know we're tired, but I'm sure we've had lunch. We've had lunch, right?
Still
Ah.
having to do.
Since you're angry with me, I hope we've had lunch, right? We've not. The vendor is outside now. There's no space. Okay, it's not free. Oh. Well, tomorrow is a good day. Tomorrow will be a good day, a better day, right? So you can look forward to tomorrow. Oh, Ose promises you free lunch tomorrow. Today, oh, today, as a matter of fact. Thank you, Ose. She's so kind. Wow. Yes, so she's gonna give you that. All right. So in next couple of minutes, we'll be going to another series of sessions. I know it's been a lot to take in a very short time, and we're going to go into next 245 sessions of workshops, like hands-on workshops.
Everyone's still rowdy and noisy.
Yeah. So we're going to let people to just try to settle in, and then would like to ask you guys a question again all right. We'd like to ask you guys some questions to get your highlight moment so far. Like we said, we've known it's been quite an interesting, engaging, insightful learning quite a lot in the short period of time. But I'm believing and hoping that some of us or most of us would have some highlight moments so far. And I would want to come to the audience and engage with you and ask you to share your highlight moment so far. Right? Is it a speaker session? Is it the expert session or the lightning talk or the panel session or the breakout sessions? What session would you say has been like a major highlight for you? While we just try to calm down as we go into the next breakout session. So you can just tell us your name, what you do, how it's been for you, and your highlight session. You want to say something? Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Blessed, and the highlight session for me was when Zainab came up because I could relate to her story because she talked about wanting to study medicine and things did not go exactly, and that's how it was for me too. So right now, I'm into medical research, then backing it up with data analysis. It's like to make a lot of sense. And another highlight session is the networking. I've met great minds and brilliant people. So thank you, Data First.
Wow. Thank you so much, Blessed. Data first. At least now you should relate now. Data first. Awesome. So she's had a very relatable experience. I'm sure we can all relate to it with Zainab's lightning talk. It was a 10-minute talk, but then it was very impactful to her. And I'm sure it was also impactful to some other people as well. And I also hope we've been able to meet people. Hello. Hello. I said, I hope you've been able to meet people. Don't say I'm an introvert. Oh. There's no introvert here, right? Meet people, approach people. Hello, my name is David. I'm this and that. Can I meet you? What do you do? Just have a conversation. You don't know where your next opportunity will come out from. All right, so let me give someone around here. Hi. Hello. You're not smiling. Okay, you want to talk to me? Any of you? You don't want to talk to me? Pass.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So my name is Victor Etim. I'm a well, I used to be well, but basically I'm a business intelligence analyst. Um, recently just left an occupation working with analytics. So I've been in edtech for quite some time. I'm helping people transition into tech. So apart from when I'm analyzing data, I also enjoy help train people into analytics, right? So recently I moved into another role as data lead with a company called Cardia Analytics. Um, so for me, I think this is my first time with DataFest. I think like many other people. But I actually had posted on Twitter that one of my favorite parts was when Victory was speaking because I remember the season where Liverpool won and having to understand that data helped them do that. It was big for me. And even following through, I remember seeing a post sometime back. It was about a keeper having data on his water bottle, right? He was supposed to face off with Madison in a penalty kick. Now, according to the data there, 60% of the data said he's going to play to a particular direction. And then to see that he caught that penalty and it was related to the data he had on his water bottle, it was quite touching. And to also find that somebody else had to reiterate the same thing was big for me. So I've really enjoyed my time so far. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, A team. If you've not networked with Victory, you can speak with him. He's behind you. So he mentioned your talk as a highlight for him. Awesome. Awesome. All right, guys. We'll be going now to the next breakout sessions. These are technical sessions, right? Workshops, basically, right? We're going to have them in 4 halls, just like we did the previous time. So right now, we're going to move in a more organized, like orderly manner compared to the first time. So I'm just going to give us that information shortly. All right, speakers, Tosin, Amuda, I know Jennifer is already there. Tosin, Amuda, please, are you in the house? Kindly signify. Present, right? Tosin Amuda. Present. All right, thank you. Oluwatobi Yusuf. That is Sheho. Oluwatobi Yusuf, are you here? Present. Ernest Owojori. That should be Kuber. Ernest, are you here? Present. Awesome. Awesome. So we have our speakers ready for us. So we're going to go in an orderly manner. So for Sankofa Hall, we have Building the Future, Traditional Engineers Roadmap to Generative AI-Powered Apps. I take that again. Building the Future, Traditional Engineers Roadmap to Generative AI-Powered Apps, Sankofa Hall. And I have again, Build a Data Pipeline with Me. Build a Data Pipeline with Me. Walker Hall with Jennifer Ibe. Walker Hall over there. And then I have Harness the Power of Microsoft Graph API for data to personalize user experiences on low code. Harness the power of Microsoft Graph API for data to personalize user experiences on low code. And finally, Apply Statistics for product people, best practices for designing comparative experiments. So if you're interested in this one I just called now, Applied Statistics for product people, best practices for designing comparative experiments, Kubara Hall over there. Please rise up and go over there. Again, just hold on, I will come again. Just for now, I want to focus on these people now. Applied Statistics for product people, Best practices for designing comparative experiments. Kubara, over there. Afresh, from the top. Building the future. Traditional engineers roadmap to generative AI powered apps. Sankofa, over there. Building the future. Traditional engineers roadmap to generative AI powered apps. Sankofa, over there. Building the future. Traditional engineers roadmap to generative AI powered apps. Building the future. Sankofa, over there. And then Nkowa Hall, build a data pipeline with me for data engineers or data engineering enthusiasts. Build a data pipeline with me in Nkowa Hall. Build a data pipeline with me in Nkowa Hall. Share Hall, over there, harness the power of Microsoft Graph API for data to personalize user experiences on low code. Harness the power of Microsoft Graph API for data to personalize user experiences on low code. Share Hall. Build a data pipeline with me. So go have fun in the technical sessions. Generative AI, Sankofa Hall. Traditional engineers roadmap to generative AI powered apps. Sankofa Hall. Statistics. Apply statistics for product people. Kubara. Pipeline. Graph.
Okay.
So go to the breakout session, have fun. So just identify your area of interest. Hello, hello. Please, as you move the chairs, kindly return them after you're done. Please, kindly return the chairs after you are done.
This build data pipeline. Yeah, this is for data engineers. Yeah, so this is a low
Yes, no. Now it's professional. You see me on the chair, I think I'm pretty with adults. Strategy. I'll not be good. See you. It's fun. See, I can even stand like this and sleep for some just like 10 minutes. I just you never tire.
We just find solution.
Nigeria Army not do this guy good. That photographer. They let's not Indian. The person snapping I'm working with is a soldier now. He's a soldier. So the photographer that he has not joined. He just came back.
Today. Today. Hey, let me go and see.
I'm trending and I don't know why.
Let me see now. This one. Oh.
But I never even snap any picture.
Okay. Oh, you did it.
I'm not putting out and show you I can't see you. I'm snapping.
Okay.
But wait, though. I never snap any pictures. Life, no.
I have your pictures.
It's on good. No, now you know how busy you get. Well, I want to crowd me. So most times you switch the energy. So basically, what I do, I tend to divert maybe. Let's say we have a music, like someone that's playing music. Trust me, I would have done this place a party. I would have done this place a mini party. Maybe they don't carry a should we bounce again?
Oh no, la should have lament of that tag to know. I thought you Japan though. No. How are you? I thought you're Japan. No, I don't want to live in Nigeria. Because you are so scarce everywhere. Maybe just quietly Japan. I don't know. Let's go with that for any good water. What's she doing? I'm taking panorama.
You have panorama.
I know. That's why I came from. Is it? Yeah, actually.
You can share it. Let's post it on the plate. Panorama picture, a 360 picture. So you take it.
Yes, I think they should be. Is it today? Infobip is ready. Oh, I should talk to Ayo.
When they say this is coming, I'll leave it. Shake chair. No, I'm talking against you. I'm talking against you. Yes. Hello. Speakers, please begin to round up. You have 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see.
You did photo shoot. Serious one.
Ah, this one is nice. This is the one.
Alright, go snap now. I'm not taking anything.
Now, David, David, pronounce this name. In the main. Just in the main.
Cameroonian root.
Say it. The main game. Yeah,
The
sure.
main.
Ah, it's all I need. Time on Ibeji. Time on Ibeji. 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 Then just in the main.
Try.
Look at it.
Josh, man, arrest him.
Oh, yeah, yes, I started.
They should stop their session. All right, speakers, please round up your sessions. Please round up your sessions. It's time for the next breakout session. All right. So we'll be having another breakout session. Speakers, please round up. All right, so for this breakout session, the first session is social network analysis for product cross-selling, a useful strategy for financial institutions by Sharon Ibeji. So if you want to go there, that's Sankofa Hall. Then the next is credit card fraud detection with Microsoft Fabric by Josh. Unkowa Hall. This way. From data to diamonds, unearthing the true value of quality data for ML. Stevie Oladele, Sheho. Unleashing the power of regular expressions. Joy Victor, Kubera Hall. That way. Unleashing the power of regular expressions. Joy Victor, Kubera Hall. That way. Speakers, please round up your session. Unleashing the power of regular expressions, Kubera Hall. From data to diamonds, unearthing the true value of quality data for ML. Share Hall. This way. Credit card fraud detection with Microsoft Fabric. Unkowa Hall. Social network analysis for product cross-selling. A useful strategy for financial institutions. Sankofa. That way. Social network analysis for product cross-selling. A useful strategy for financial institutions. Sankofa Hall.
Over there, just by the door. Door 2, just beside door 2.
Credit card fraud detection with Microsoft Fabric. Nkowa Hall.
Over there.
Microsoft Fabric this way.
Beside. Go on. Go on.
From data to diamonds, unearthing the true value of quality data for ML. Share Hall.
Share Hall. Yeah. Data to diamonds.
Unleashing the power of regular expressions. Kubera Hall. That way. Kubera. That way. Regular expressions. Kubera. Credit card fraud detection with Microsoft Fabric. Unkowa. Unearthing the true value of quality data from ML. Share Hall. Social network analysis for product cross-selling. A useful strategy for financial institutions. Sankofa.
Okay, and just to note, this is the last breakout session for today. We know you've been engaged, right? So this is the last breakout session for today.
Credit card fraud detection with Microsoft Fabric. Unkowa this way. From data to diamonds, unearthing the true values of quality data for ML. Share Hall. Unleashing the power of regular expressions. Kubera. That way. Credit card fraud detection with Microsoft Fabric. Unkowa Hall. Social network analysis for product cross-selling. A useful strategy for financial institutions. Sankofa. That way. From data to diamonds, unearthing the true value of quality data from ML. Share Hall. This way.
All right. So someone reached out that she's not sure of which to go into. The power of regular expression will be favorable to you if you're a data analyst. You can go over there. Power of regular expression. Or for data to diamonds, unearthing the true value of data for quality data for ML. If you're a data engineer, a data architect, or data quality engineer, you can go to that one. Share Hall. Credit card fraud detection with Microsoft Fabric. If you are a Microsoft practitioner, you enjoy machine learning and all stuffs, you can go for that one over there. And then if you're in a financial institution, you want to learn how you can leverage social media for your cross-selling and within your organization, you can go for the one at Sharon Ibiji. That's all by the two. Yes, analyst. For data analysts in the house, you would benefit from power of regular expression, Kubara Hall. There. Fraud detection.
Okay. So, okay, I'll call it again. Social network analysis for product cross-selling, a useful strategy for financial institution, Sankofa Hall. Credit card fraud detection with Microsoft Fabric, Unkowa Hall. From data to diamonds, unearthing the true value of quality data for ML, share. Then, unleashing the power of regular expressions, Kubera.
All right.
So if you are more of a data analyst, you go to Kubera.
Data scientist, you can go to Sankofa.
Or you can go to Unkowa, that's
Yeah.
Microsoft Fabric
Credit
for
card
credit
detection.
card detection.
ML engineer, computer vision enthusiast. You can check out Share Hall, Data to Diamonds. So let me tell him.
On a lighter note, please keep your cards. That's what you are putting on because you will need it tomorrow. You won't be giving another one. But if you take you have to come. No, it's fine. Data analyst.
All right. And your cards, please come with your cards tomorrow. Don't dispose your cards, your registration tags. Come with it tomorrow. Speakers, please let's begin to round up. You have 5 more minutes. Speakers, you have 5 minutes to round up. Please, you can take questions now. Round up in 5 minutes. Round up. Speakers, please begin to round up. And then once you're done with your sessions, you can come back to the main hall. Please endeavor to return your chairs and then come back to the main hall so we can have a general session by 3 o'clock. Please begin to round up. And then once you're done with your session, you can begin to come into the main hall. Please let's begin to round up. Nkowa Hall, Share Hall, please round up. Everyone, please, you're welcome in the center hall. If you're joining us online, we are done with our breakout sessions for the day. And right now, I'll be coming to the central sessions in the main hall. Share Hall and Nkowa Hall, please wrap up your sessions now. For those of us who are here physically, please don't forget to go online, engage with our posts on the internet, on X, formerly known as Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, and on YouTube. And then you can come to the main hall and sit down. Please, if you can, it will be greatly appreciated if you can return the chairs you took to your breakout so everyone can be able to sit down properly in the next couple of minutes. We would like to have everyone seated in the main hall in the next couple of minutes. If you're joining us online, we're about to come back to the main hall for the next main sessions in the main hall. We're just finished our breakout technical sessions. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Please, can we proceed to the main auditorium, to the main hall? Our speakers, thank you so much. If you're joining us online, we just wrapped up our 45 minutes technical workshop, and we're returning now to the main hall for the main sessions to wrap up today's event. If you're here physically, those of us who are here, please engage with our, our post online. Go to X, formerly known as Twitter, and follow DataFestAfrica. Like the post, retweet on LinkedIn and on Facebook and also on YouTube. You can share the YouTube link to your friends to join the conversation online as well. Wow. It's been a great day. Osa, it's been a great day. It's been a great day. It's up. It's really been a great day. Really intense. Really intense.
Hope you're having a nice time.
Yes, I am. It's been intense. It's been intense. Lightning talk to lightning talk, expert session to panel session, to breakout session, to technical workshop. It's been intense. Please, can we give it up to the organizers?
Is that the
Please,
best
can we
you
give it up
can
to the
do?
organizers? It's been intense, really. The caliber of speakers we've heard, we've seen. For some of these people, if you have to get to meet them through LinkedIn, it may take you a while to get this level information you've gotten out of them. But for us right now, we've gotten this out here. It's really been intense. So at this point, I would like to shout DataFest and shout Africa. It's like it's fuller right now, and I love it. DataFest! Wow! You shocked me. Wow. I didn't see that coming. Thank you. DataFest! DataFest! Those people, leave them. They're still coming. I don't care about them. I just care. Okay, I care. I care. DataFest! You see what I was saying? Okay. So Ose would guide us for the next sessions we're about to take now. Ose, over to you.
All right, so we're having a lightning talk. Now, I think our students can fully participate in this particular talk because of the name of the topic we have. So, we would be having Frank Felix, and Daniel Akaboy. They'll be talking on from students to leaders, leveraging campus communities for growth in data science. So can we have Frank Felix, and Daniel Akaboy?
Okay, I think I have Frank's profile. Frank Felix is a data scientist. Is he here? Okay, I'll just take his profile. He's a data scientist and ML engineer who is interested in the growth of AI in Nigeria and Africa at large. He is keenly interested in communities and their growth. He has studied computer science at the University of Benin, Nigeria, and has served as a deputy team lead for DSN AI Uniben. He is also active on different tech communities, including the Data Community Africa, Google Developers Club, the Nigerian Computer Society, and so on. And I'll just quickly take that for Daniel Akube as well. Daniel is a results-driven data scientist with a strong focus on problem solving. He is motivated by the desire to create a positive impact that enhances social economic development. He studied computer engineering at the University of Benin, Benin City, Nigeria. He also served as the team lead for DSN Uniben, the data science and artificial intelligence community in the university. In his volunteering time, Daniel leads Omdema's Benin City and Omdema local chapter. This chapter is dedicated to developing open source AI projects aimed at solving endemic problems.
A round of applause for them.
Hello, everyone. If you are a student here, can you say hi? Okay, that's more nonsense. So my name is Daniel Hakabwe. With me, I have
Felix from Felix.
Yes. So we'll be speaking about campus communities, and we'll be sharing a lot of experience that we've gathered over our time at leading a campus community. So I'm a data scientist. I also lead a local chapter of Benin City. What we do is that we build AI solutions, of course, open source AI solutions that will help Benin City. Frank, what do you do?
So I'm a regular guy. My name is Frank. I'm a data scientist, and I love campus communities. I love communities at large.
Okay, so story time. I'll be giving us 3 profiles of students, 3 different students. And while I'll be giving them, I'm sure that some of us will resonate with them. So there are 3 categories of students: Malcolm, Tina, and Muba. Yes. So Malcolm is a student that just focuses on academics and has a strong drive to do so well in tech, but does not do anything technical. So just focuses on academics. I'm sure we have some of the Malcolms here. Then we have Tina. Tina loves tech, but focuses more on publicity, pushes herself forward, but has no technical skill sets. Then we have Muba, that loves the technical stuff, loves to code, stays hidden, but does not come out to show his stuff, does not push his profile, does not push his project. I'm sure we have the Tinas and Mubas and the Malcolms here, so I'm sure you identify with one of them. Those are problems. Those are student problems. And what is the moral of the story? There's no moral of the story. We are bringing a solution to these 3 categories of students. We've both been in one of these categories. And over time, we found out that, well, to excel so well in data, as data science, as a student, you need more than these things. So we've brought out a solution which we would call the campus community, data science campus communities.
Thank you very much, Daniel. So please, next slide, please. Next slide. So yes, so the solution we're proposing is the campus community. Like I said, there are different problems that students face trying to grow in the data science space. Talked about 3 profiles. And for us to fix the lapses each of the students have, we're proposing this solution called the community. So the community is a gathering of people with like mindsets that want to grow together. And if you want to grow together, the core of growth is actually learning.
So these are some of the things that campus communities will give you, right? So we are giving you a pathway or a roadmap to help you leverage campus communities better. So next slide, please. Next slide. So campus communities basically give you different facilities for you to grow, right? We are showing you these 4 facilities that campus communities can give you, right? The first one is balance. So please, if you can hear me, next slide, please. The next one is upskilling, right? The next one is impact, and the next one is visibility. So this, we call it the ideal community skill. Now, this skill shows you how to leverage communities in general, whether you're a data scientist or within this, outside the scope of this section, a data scientist, whether you're in tech, whether you are a data analyst or you're a data engineer. So following this community skill will help you leverage campus communities better. So in this session, we'll be breaking down this community skill and how to use this formula to leverage this, campus communities for growth. So the first one is balance, right? And you have upskilling, you have impact, and you have visibility. So the way we put this diagram here, you need to balance all of the ones. You need to form a foundation before you can move on to the next one. So the first one is balance. Now, before you move out to say you want to leverage the community, you need to fix yourself first. So if you're a student, you need to understand how to balance academic work and what growing in data science, right? So remember that you're in school for school. So the first thing you need to do, first of all, is give yourself a sense of balance. And yes, campus communities can help you do that. Because remember, every single person in the campus community is also a student. So they understand the plight of students and how to maintain balance as a whole. So the next slide, please. So yeah, so once you have gained that embodiment of balance, once you are balanced, the next thing you should be doing is upskilling, right? So now, like we said, the core of any growth space is what? Learning. So upskilling in campus communities usually starts from structured learning, where you take a course as a data scientist. There are many platforms where you can take courses. And at the end of the session, we'll actually talk about some of how you can leverage these different campus communities to take structured learning courses. And the most important part for me is the avenue for unstructured learning that campus communities actually give you. So this blends into the next one we are going to actually talk about. So while you're in campus communities, it gives you the chance to be able to what? Interact with other people. Who here has taught anybody anything before? Anybody here? Have you taught anybody anything before? Do you notice that when you teach, you gain more? Exactly. So campus communities gives you that space to what? Leverages opportunities for you to what? Get to meet other students that in your own space, you can relate with them, right? So when you teach them, when you engage in these classes, these learning sessions, what? You grow. So that is unstructured learning for you. And that will blend into what we call impact. So when you start interacting with the community, when you start giving back to the community, that is what you call impact. Next slide, please. So yes, so impact means leveraging the ground you have for learning, you already have from upskilling, to give back to the community that gave you. So such activities involve, like I said, teaching people in communities, engaging technical sessions to help people grow, answering people's questions. It doesn't have to be anything structured. It could be somebody just asking you a question and say, okay, how do you do this? Or I see that you are doing well in data science. You are a student. How do you manage your studies and school? So when you start giving out all of these functions and giving back to the community, that's actually impact. So at the end of the session, we'll talk about something. You learn something really, really important from this section. So the next slide, please. So visibility. Now, it's not enough for you to just say you want to give back to the community, right? So that is within your own silos. There's something very, very important that people actually miss. It's called visibility. So this involves documenting your journey for recognition. right? We need to put ourselves out there actually. So you're a student, I know you are still growing, but you need a track record. So you need to document your growth, and you need to be able to tell the whole world and tell everybody that I am a data scientist, I am a data analyst, I am a data engineer, and this is what I do. And how do you do that? Campus community gives you the leverage for you to use these communities to build your visibility, right? So the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so now let's analyze some of the personalities he talked about. So we're calling this personality the scholar. So now this scholar has an illusion of balance, right? He's balanced with school. He does school work. He's really great. But he knows that he wants to do data science later. So if you notice the chart we have there, we have an incomplete triangle or incomplete triangle there. If you notice, the balance is in quotes. He has this illusion of balance. He has built his foundation of balance. He does not feel perturbed, right? But he misses a lot of different things. No upskilling in data science, no impact for community, and no visibility. So these are lapses, and we need to fix that. So next slide, please. We have who we call the influencer. Now, this influencer starts out learning data science, right? And he understands that visibility is very important, but he gets something wrong. He begins to prioritize visibility at the expense of him growing, balancing, upskilling, and making impacts in community. So he gets caught in this realm of social media and starts to put himself out there rather than upskill and actually grow. So this is one problem that we are going to know how to fix. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now you have this person you call the techie. So now this person has great technical expertise. He's balanced. He understands how to balance school, right? He's upskilling a lot, learning a lot of technical skills, but something is missing. He's putting himself in an enclosure. He's not putting his or herself out there. No track record. His impact in community is minimal, and visibility is almost nothing. So these are the different issues we are trying to fix. Many students are in these silos, are in this realm. So we are trying to see how we can use community to move us out of that realm, because it's really important that you understand how to leverage these campus communities for what? Growth. So the next slide. So yes, now we have broken this triangle into two parts. You have upskilling and balance. You have impact and visibility. So the bottom layer, that's upskilling and balance, is actually for you. Remember that before you do anything, before you help the community, you need to help yourself first, right? So first of all, balance out your balance and upskilling before you try to give impact to the community, because what are you actually giving when it's not there, right? The next thing now is balance and visibility. This is for the external community. So you are building community when you build these two. The upskilling part actually helps you build your technical skills, while impact or interacting with the community helps you build your soft skill. Next slide.
All right. So how many of us has learned something from what Felix just? Yes. So I'm sure you identify with some of these problems, right? So I'll just breeze through community spotlight. We emphasize the need for communities, but again, it will be out of place if we don't mention communities that would help us grow. We'll talk about three major communities to actually improve your data science growth, to grow, to join, to give back to the community, like we've said. We have the Data Scientist Network. How many of us know DSN? So DSN has campus communities and city communities that you can join. We have Nasiruddin Rahim, who is a DSN community champion and is a serial hackathon winner, who has been known to skill up, show his stuff, and give back to the community. We have MLSs. How many of us are MLSs here? MLSs. I think I can see them. Yes. So MLSs also have communities on campus, Unilag, Uniben, FUTA. So if you belong to these communities, you join them. Then we have the Zindi community. Yes, Zindi and Cargo community. These are platforms where you can grow your skill, meet other persons, participate in hackathons, and contribute to the community. Thank you.
Please let's clap for them. Thank you very much.
All right, so a very important announcement. Please, your tags, don't come without them tomorrow. You won't be given another one. And if you don't come with it, they won't allow you enter. So please just ensure that you come with your tags tomorrow. All right, so we're going to the next lightning session. That's on building a data-driven community, a fulcrum for AI innovations. So for this, we'll have Esther Odunayo.
Please let's put our hands together. She's around.
All right, so Dr. Mrs. Odunayo Esther is a researcher and an academia in computer science. She has acquired PhD, MSc, BSc in computer science, master's degree in machine intelligence at the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences in Rwanda. She's a chief lecturer in the Department of Computer Science, the Federal Polytechnic in Ogun State. She's a member of Black in AI, Data Science Network, Women in Data Science, Google Scholar Forum, Computer Professionals of Nigeria, and Nigeria Computer Society. She is happily married and blessed with children. Let's welcome Mrs. Esther. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you, and I want to congratulate you, first of all, by catching this vision young. You know, I got into this when I started my PhD, and because of that, I said, no, I have to work more on this, and that's why you had me having another master's in machine intelligence, which has to do with AI. So when I came in here and I saw a young guy, I said, wow, that's good. It's an opportunity for you, and I want you to maximize it. The world is there. Africans are being requested in the AI world, and the AI world is waiting for you. Tell your neighbor, the AI world is waiting for me. Exactly. Thank you. Please take it back to the front slide. Okay? Yeah. First slide. Building a data-driven community, a fulcrum for AI innovation. What is a fulcrum? You can remember your days of physics. When you talk about a fulcrum, you're talking about something that's like, how will I put it, that creates an effort that helps in AI innovation. Gone are those days whereby before you can build a house, you have to know how, you have to mold your block, get your bricks, get your cement, your sand, and the rest of it. Those days are gone. That is our own early days. But in your days, you can build a house without having a bag of cement. What have you used to build the house? Your data. Because already you know the quantity of every component that is required to build that house. And that is why in the field of AI, you can see as we go on, you see more of what you can actually do and how you can actually build a data-driven community. Just as the first speaker spoke, that community is very, very important. And that is the vision I have, and that's what I'm doing, building a community that provides data sets that are required for solving problems. The technology is there, the models are there, but the problem is, do we have African data set? Remember, a model that is trained to work in a Western world may not be able to work in my own village and your village in Africa. And that is why we have to build data sets that are able to solve African problems in African way. Please move to the next slide. Now we'll be looking at tips on how we can build a data-driven community and how can those data serve as fulcrum for technological innovation. So we'll look at specific examples. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. Data-driven community. It's made up of a group of people. You and I. coming together to look at what is the problem at hand and how can we help in getting data to solve this problem. For example, the business world is changing, the economy is changing, the product that is being produced, what is the customer satisfaction about this product? What do we need? What do we need to do? We need to form a community, get data from customers, get data from the cloud, get data from online. And the funny thing is that most of us, we deal with data every day. But this data, we don't keep them for better usage. And that's why we say a community of people that comes together to put data. And what are the data used for? To identify problems, to develop solutions, and to track progress. And they can be found in all sectors, in government, in academics, in our social life, in industries and organizations. Next slide, please. How can I build a data-driven community? The first thing you have to know is that you have to identify your audience. Who are the end users of this product? A data-driven community will always give birth to what? An open source initiative. You see many people today having scholarship here and there. When your work is a novel, when it has novelty, when it's original, people will come for it. People are tired of using secondary data sets. They want to see those data sets that are novel, that are really talking about the problem of the people. And that is why data collection, data-driven community is a very key one. You can see, look at the Omefiel, the Nigerian robot girl. You can see it's being used in most of the places today. You can do one. Tell your neighbor you can develop one. The next one, the next slide, please. I'm rounding up quickly. You can see that woman there is a white woman. I want to see black Nigerian. You want to see Nigerian on bed. I want to see a Nigerian robot developed by a Nigerian diagnosing a patient on the bed. You can always do this when you have the data. If you go to our clinics today, every time they will always check our vital. They will always take blood pressure, take this, take that. What are they doing with those data sets? And that is what the white people are exploring. They are making good use of it. And because of that, the robot there is not a magician. It's just having some code. A code he was used to run and it's working. And what is he doing? Is there carrying out health care, providing health care service to the community. I'm rounding up. Yeah, please go to the next slide. I'm rushing. Conclusion. What am I saying is that data scientists are responsible for collecting, cleaning, preparing data for use in AI models. The quality of the data directly impacts the what? The performance of the model. They use data to develop new AI algorithms that are more efficient and accurate, to improve performance of existing AI model, and to create new AI applications that solve real-world problems. Thank you. Please, next slide. I'm finishing. Those are my co-authors. That's Joshua Adegoke Fortunatos and Rashid Ramon, and the sponsor. I want to encourage you and I want to charge you again. Go out there, create data, analyze, and solve AI problems. Thank you for this time.
Thank you very much, doctors. Thank you very much. Please, can you put hands together for Dr. Esther once more? Please, can you put hands together for her? Thank you very much, Ma. Awesome. So right now, we'll be inviting our headline sponsors for today, for this event, rather, One Bank, powered by Sterling Bank. All right, can we have them here? And just to add, so you would know, Sterling, one of the speakers, one of the panelists mentioned Sterling Bank as a good place to work. Yeah, one of the best places to work. I'm Sterling Bank too. Yeah. All right, so can we have him? Our headline sponsor, One Bank. Please let's put us together for them as they come. One more time.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheyi Alaiwaju. I head the Payments Product Group from Sterling Bank. We're delighted to have each one of you seated over here, and I hope thus far you've gained one or two things that will enrich your individual lives. I briefly want to talk about a digital product we have called One Bank. That's what we regard as our flagship, one of our flagship products is Sterling Bank. What we've done with One Bank is to try and take banking to your homes. Banking as far as we're concerned on your phones. Almost all financial transactions or financial payments that you need to do, you can consummate that on your One Bank app. It's basically called One Bank app. Now, we all understood what banking was some years back, where each one of us has to go to either the brick and mortar branches to make probably other payments, requests, lending, or whatever it is. What we've done with the One Bank app is to make sure to a large extent, every financial initiative or every financial thought that each one of you have, we've conceptualized it and implemented it and make your life a whole lot better, either on payment side, either on the lending side, either even as financial advisory. So basically looking at what we have here, we're speaking to a new way of life, a new way basically where each one of you, let's assume probably you're in school and you have to make a payment through the One Bank app is possible, either receiving or sending out. It also allows you to a large extent to open an account. So what that also means is that if you're in dear need and you need to probably call your parents, your guardians, or your friends to send you any sum of accounts, any sum of money, you can immediately open such an account. Can we please go? So in regards to onboarding, what we've done is to make it extremely seamless, extremely easy for you. And I do hope when we probably go on a break, we can walk up to any of our touch points at the back end, or the Sterling Bank staff and colleagues are at the back end to assist you with any onboarding or any issue you have with regards to your One Bank app. While I'm talking about this, I will be interested in any one of you probably picking your phone, going to probably your iOS store, your Apple store, or your Google store, and try and download the One Bank app, experience it. We'll be interested in having your feedback, really speaking, or how seamless it is. Be rest assured we're open to hear your feedback, no matter how brutally honest those feedback are. We're in the process for revamping and optimizing the existing one that you see in the store. And one of the things we're trying to do is to improve on our processes or designs by making use of emerging technologies. So basically what we're thinking of is making sure that in terms of a digital bank, it exists at what it is. All transactions, all interactions, all issues are resolved in-app without you having a recourse to a brick-and-mortar bank. Now, we all understand the fact that one way or the other, when it comes to probably mobile apps or any applications within the country, there could be one or two things consistently that needs to be upgraded. One of the things we've also done on the app is to allow you to give us feedback consistently on things that we can improve on, and you can be rest assured more often than not, our colleagues or all the experts that are entrusted with these processes, we consistently always optimize that. Once again, thank you for coming, and we appreciate each one of you. Please make sure before you go, you can please go to our stand at the back over there, try as much as possible to download or try to open an account with Sterling Bank through the One Bank app. Whatever issues you have, be rest assured, each one of us can attend to it. I will stay basically probably to the end of the program today, so anybody can also walk up to me with regards to any issues or any feedback you have with any of our digital assets. Thank you very much.
Please let's put our hands together. That's my boss. All right. Awesome. One Bank, you can visit our stand. Yes, you can visit our stand and check it out. All right. So we're having another sponsor right now, Infobip, having a special feature by one of our sponsors, Infobip. I'd like to invite them to the stage if they're here. Infobip. Awesome. All right. Please can you put hands together for them? One of our sponsors, like they say, good soup, na money they do am. So we thank our sponsors for helping us make this event a success. Please let's put hands together for them once more.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My first time in Nigeria. I've been here for 24 hours. Yeah, there you go. So I have only 10 minutes, so I don't want to bother you too much. We're this company here, Infobip. It's a bit hard to pronounce. I have a very short presentation. I'll show you some data, how we work with startups. We have all kinds of initiatives with developers and startups. So this is the presentation. Who here works in a startup? Does anyone work in a startup? No one works in a startup? Okay, 1, 2, okay, 3, 4, okay, now a bit more, maybe 5, 10% of people. So I'll show you how we have a startup program where we're a big company. I'll show you a little bit what we do and how we came about and where we come from. And basically all the data and how we work with startups and what we try to give them. If we go to the next slide, I will show you now. I have a lot of slides, so you're going to be hearing a lot of next slides, but I'll try to be really fast. Next slide. Okay. I don't know if you guys can read, but this is a short introduction About Infobip, we're a communication layer. So, for example, when you take an Uber, when you take a Bolt, you get an SMS when you create an account. We enable that SMS. If you talk to your Uber driver over voice, we enable that phone call as well. So we have, if you go to the next slide as well, we'll see that we enable all this kind of stuff for people, basically engaging them for 30 plus channels. And then if I'll show you the next slide, because we're very short with time. I don't know if you can read it, but then basically it's 30 plus channels that you can integrate all in one platform. So you have SMS, you have WhatsApp, you have Viber. I don't know if anyone uses Viber here. You have email, you have voice, you have Instagram for business, Messenger, Telegram. Does everyone here use WhatsApp? Yeah, good. Okay, good. Does anyone use Telegram? Okay, and Messenger? Okay, good. So all these platforms are basically in through our platform. You can communicate and streamline your product, your basically communication with your customers. If we go, so we call this CPaaS, like communication platform as a service. And if you go to the next slide, I'll show you also we have some SaaS offering. So we have like basically a ticketing customer support SaaS. We have also chatbot building SaaS called Answers. So and now it's also AI powered. So basically what you can do is you can tell our answers like Copilot, you tell them, I want a chatbot that is kind of funny, that is promoted, that is using customer support. And the overall goal of it is like to, I don't know, inform the audience of this conference about the program. And then basically it builds the whole chatbot for you. And you can deploy this chatbot in WhatsApp. It's actually quite fun. If we go to the next slide, I'll show you a little bit about a company. We come from a small town in Croatia. I don't know if you guys know where Croatia is. Yeah. Do you know who's the most famous Croatian? Luka? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But if you go to the next slide, I'll show you where we come from. So this is the original town where our headquarters is. As you can see, this city is as big as Lagos, and it's actually very small. It only has 3,000 inhabitants. But we managed to build like a global unicorn, a global company with almost 4,000 employees. I'll show you where we started on the next slide as well. We also started from a garage. So similar to Apple, similar to Google. The only difference between Apple and Google, they started in Silicon Valley. And Silicon Valley is like very, very popular, obviously, for startups. It's very easy to start there because there's a lot of capital, but also there's a lot of competition. But we started from this small town in Croatia. I'll show you some numbers as well on the next slides with startups, how we work. Oh yeah, sorry. This is our headquarters now in this small town. Thank you. And then I'll show you also on the next slide our headquarters in Zagreb, which is the capital in Croatia. And we have 12 offices in Africa, which is same amount of Google in sub-Saharan Africa. We've been in Nigeria for about 12 years now. So we have an office here in Nigeria too. It's a very important market for us. On the next slide, I'll try to show you how we work with startups. Yeah, so the startup tribe, if you have a startup or if you want to test our products, we'll give you basically our products to test. And on the next slide, I'll show you just some of the perks that you get. So basically, we give you some money on your account, and then you can use it and test it. And then if you need it, if you want to grow, and if you have a lot of potential, we do that as well. On the next slide, I'll have this. And then if we press next, yeah, there you go. So these are the perks we can give you, like anywhere between $1,000, $5,000, $10,000 in our products on your account. So similar to like AWS or some other services. You create an account, you get basically some money on it, and you can play and test. And then if you need more, we can support you with more. We already have quite a few startups from Nigeria, but also from many other African countries. We have startups from Ghana, from Senegal, from Cote d'Ivoire. We have startups from Kenya, from Tanzania, also North Africa, Egypt, Morocco, etc. And then on the next slide, I'll show you some data, how many startups we work with. Oh, these are the credits. Maybe we can skip this because we don't have enough time. Okay, so far we accepted over 300 startups in our program, and then they come from 64 countries, and we disbursed over $1.7 million to them in products. So that's not cash. And if you can see the orange areas of the world, this is where the startups come from. So pretty much all across the place. And then on the next slide, I'll also show you. So the partners that we work with, there's some numbers skewed. We work with like VCs, accelerators, like 87 of them, over 120 partners from 42 countries as well. And also on the next side, we have, okay, these are the partners and also that we have from countries. Number one there, you probably can't read is Singapore, but also the US. But also we have partners in as I mentioned before, we have investors and accelerators in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Kenya that we work with as well. So we're trying to reach startups all across the world. On the next slide, we have, how many applications? So we have almost 700 applications now from startups from over 100 countries. And we're very proud of this being very, very global, very global, basically project and initiative. And then we're just, starting. This is the beginning. We've been doing this for only 2 years now. The company's been around for 15. And then on the next slide, so you have so we are very industry agnostic. You can be B2B, B2C, B2B2C. You can always use our products. You can be any industry. It can be e-commerce, it can be fintech, it can be healthcare, like literally any industry that has retail, any industry that has ways to basically reach customers in the end. As you can see, there's quite an equal split between all those startups. And then on the next slide as well, these are the applications. The green part there is basically continents or super regions, as we call them. Number one is Europe, because that's where we have the strongest footprint. Number two is the Americas, means North America and South America. Number three is Africa. So we're very, and then as you can see, Africa is pretty much as big as Americas. So we're very happy about this. On the next slide, we'll see what's on the next slide. I'll show you now. Okay, and these are the, again, I'll explain what a slide says. I can't really read it from here, but this is when startups apply, we ask them what are the most useful channels to you that you want to use to communicate with your customers. And number one there is email, and number two is WhatsApp, and number three is SMS. But then when they start using, we notice some differences. What do you think is the most used channel in the world by startups and companies? Is it WhatsApp or Telegram? Yeah, no, it's actually SMS. SMS is still the protocol number one, and SMS is still number one. So yeah, of course, here everyone uses WhatsApp. In Europe, most people use WhatsApp. In Latin America, most people use WhatsApp. But for example, in the US, people mostly use SMS still in the United States and Canada. On the next slides as well, I won't bother you too much. These are some of the frameworks in terms of what technologies they use. Like PHP is very popular, of course, and Ruby on Rails, but I won't bother you with this now. If you have any questions, happy to answer this afterwards. And then finally, I think we only have 1 or 2 slides left. I don't know how we're doing. I'll show you some of the startups that we work with. For example, the next one is Shari. This is like the biggest startup in Morocco. They're digitalizing mom and pop shops in West Africa, mostly French-speaking Africa, because they're Moroccan. And they are actually exchanging this with the diaspora in France, and they're a Y Combinator startup. They raised about $10 million, I think so, and we work with them very closely, and we use them. Actually, they use us for communication with all their stakeholders and customers. And then there is only 2 more examples, and then we're done. I think the next slide is one more. Yes, Sion, this is the biggest Hungarian startup. They do basically preventing financial fraud, and they work with some of the biggest digital banks in the world. And they also use us for this thing called number lookup. It basically saves you time to check if the number is real, when you register for a thing, and also number masking if you want to communicate with your end customers, but you want to hide the number. So for example, if you talk to your Uber driver, the number has to be hidden. And then the last one is Sion. It's Hut. Hut is also operating in Morocco. And in North African countries, they're a delivery service, like food delivery, as you have many here. That's it. I only have one more slide. Yeah, so probably you won't be able to scan this, but if you're interested in our startup program, just do infobip.com/startups. And then we also have a Discord channel on the next slide. So if you just scan this, if you can, and then basically you can join the community. And you have updates and content, and you can see examples how you can use our technology. we have a lot of data what we use from our basically interactions with end customers, so they can be very, very useful. And then I think the last slide is basically our motto. That I think I would like everyone to always keep this in mind, no matter what you achieve and what you get from your work, that we always try to be starters. So we always say, this is when you come to our office, you have this on the wall. Even here in Nigeria, we say we are just starting. So we want to always maintain this startup mentality, no matter what, and no matter that we are like a big company now. That's pretty much it from me. Yeah, by the way, we have a raffle afterwards. So this is one of our hoodies that we wear. So if you just check the social media of the conference, you can see the raffle, how you can win this hoodie. I'm wearing it now, but we're giving out some hoodies later. So it's going to be on this stage, perhaps. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much. Very happy to be here. And it's just the first time.
All right, thank you very much, Infobip. So we'll be going to the next expert session. Are you guys tired? Wow. I thought you guys wanted to learn. All right, so we'll be going to the next expert session, and it will be on how generative AI is driving businesses. And we'll be having Dr. Wale taking this session. So Dr. Wale is a senior data scientist and technical lead at Amazon Web Service, that's AWS. His expertise is in end-to-end AI methods, practical implementations, and helping global healthcare customers formulate and develop scalable solutions to problems. He's also an adjunct professor at the George Washington University School of Engineering, and he has spoken at multiple conferences. So let's welcome Dr. Wale. A round of applause for him.
You can go ahead, 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 go ahead. And can everyone hear me? 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 Yes, 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 yeah. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. And I am currently a senior data scientist at AWS, working with healthcare and life sciences customers to solve problems and innovating for them every single day. For this talk, I'll be talking about how generative AI is driving businesses. For a lot of businesses, generative AI is
But I'm sure you've gained quite a number of things from today. So we're going to a panel session right now. And the panel session is titled Balancing Acts, Data Privacy, Governance, and Ethical Decision Making. All right, the panel session is Balancing Acts, Data Privacy, Governance, and Ethical Decision Making. All right, so just to lighten us up, tomorrow there will be free lunch, right? I thought somebody would smile. Tomorrow, not today. Tomorrow there'll be free lunch tomorrow. Awesome, right? So you can invite your friends who did not show up to show up tomorrow. It's going to be much more greater than today's event. Okay. All right, so we have two speakers for this panel session today. I'm just going to be reading out their profiles and then we invite them up stage. So first we have Nina Ejiogu. Nina Ejiogu. Someone shouted, woo! Yeah, all right. Data governance and data quality lead, First Bank of Nigeria. Nina is a highly experienced and skilled data practitioner with more than 15 years of professional experience in industries such as finance, telecommunications, oil, and FMCG. Although she graduated with a degree in cell biology and genetics, her passion for data started with a consultancy firm focused on telecom fraud management and revenue assurance. Throughout her career, she has utilized data analytics to identify potential risks, improve operational efficiency, and boost business productivity. Nina gathered extensive experience in delivering engagement on data governance and quality, data analytics, business analysis, business process reengineering, and risk management as a consultant at PwC Nigeria. She decided to grow her career in data governance and management. She currently serves as the head of First Bank Nigeria Limited Data Governance and Data Quality Management and Privacy Units, and is happily married and the mother of two. Please, can you put our hands together for Nina? Please, you're welcome off stage. Please, can you put our hands together for her? All right, so those of us behind, please, I can hear your noise from here. You just have to try to network a little bit quietly so you don't distract the session. You're welcome, ma. Thank you very much. Awesome. For the next panelist we have is Ayodele Oluleye. Ayodele Oluleye. Please put your hands together for him. He's the head data and insights for ARM. Ayodele is a data professional with over a decade of experience. Throughout his career, he has gained valuable experience in various domains such as strategy, data science, and more recently, data management. Previously, he served as a consultant at a Big Four consulting firm where he successfully provided data-driven solutions and insights to clients. Currently, he holds a leadership position at the financial services group where he leads a dynamic data team driving analytics initiatives to empower the organization. Beyond his professional endeavors, he is passionate about sharing his knowledge and experience. You can find him actively engaging with the data community through his insightful articles on LinkedIn and speaking at industry events. He is the author of Exploratory Data Analysis with Python Cookbook, a book published by Pocket, a leading global technology publisher. He was also recently recognized as a top voice in information technology by LinkedIn. Can we put our hands together for Ayodele as we welcome him on stage? All right, yes, sir. Please let's put our hands together for him. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. All right, so this panel session is really about data privacy, data governance, and ethical decision making. So I'll be asking the question and you permit me to sit down for now. Thank you. All right, so every one of us who've been here today, and most of the conversation has really been around machine learning, business analytics, data science. I think it was only Berkeley group that spoke a bit about data management. So this panel is just to help us understand that there is more to data and there's something about data management. And if we remember, in June this year, the what do they call them? Legislature, they signed into law the Nigerian Data Privacy Act, which tells us that privacy in data in Nigeria is becoming very, very important. And as data people, we need to understand what's going on and learn how to make the best use of it. So my question will start with Mr. Ayo. In a data-driven era, as we are, how do we connect the dots between data governance, data quality, privacy, and analytics? A lot of people are focused on analytics, AI, business intelligence, and everything, but then there's a place of privacy for the customers, data quality, and governance. So how do we connect the dots?
All right, so thank you for the question. So I'd say that I'm sure we've heard about the golden rule, GIGO, right? GIGO, which says garbage in, garbage out, right? So with data, it's actually garbage in and garbage out. So regardless of the analytics or analysis or artificial intelligence or data science you want to do, if the data is not of good quality, right, your output would not be relied on. Your output will not be relevant and it will not be useful. So as much as it's important to focus on, yes, this is what I want to do with the data in terms of analytics, in terms of data science, as much as you want to build those, fancy dashboards, build that state-of-the-art ML AI model, if the underlying data, right, is not accurate, if it's not relevant, if it's not clean, for the lack of a better word, if it's not reliable, then everything you're building, right, will not be useful. The reason why tools like ChatGPT and a lot of the tools you see these days, right, are making a lot of impact is actually because a lot of the data they are using is useful, right? There's a lot of cleanup that is going on that data to ensure that, right, as the input goes into the system, the required or the expected output is what is coming out of the system. And so you realize that, data governance, data privacy, data quality are what I'll call the data foundation, right? Because if the foundation is faulty, every other thing you build on it, would not be good, right? It will eventually crumble. Just imagine you were on ChatGPT and you asked it a question and it was giving you something totally off, right? It will be annoying and you won't be encouraged, to go back to use it, right? So it's very important that data quality, data governance, and privacy are prioritized by data teams so that their solutions can have the right impact.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much. Volunteers, please, I'd like you to help us from behind. We are hearing the noise from there. So just help us ask people to lower the noise from behind, please. Thank you very much. All right, so my next question is to you, Nina. We're talking about data governance, management, privacy, and AI, but a lot of folks here are just hearing governance perhaps the first time. So it's a two-in-one question. First, I'd like you to just break down for us what data governance management is all about, and then what are the critical components for building a data governance framework in an organization.
Okay, thank you. What is data governance? So I'll use an illustration to kind of help us bring the picture home. Like Ayo had said, it's garbage in, garbage out. So picture a pipeline where data is entering. And they say data is the new oil. So let me even use that as an oil pipeline where data is coming through and at the end it's used for different things. It's refined, you have petroleum and all of that. Same thing, when you look at data, governance is the very foundation that helps you manage data effectively. So when we talk governance, we talk about the policies you set, the rules you set and enforce because you want data to be of quality, because you want data to be usable, you want data to be available, you want data to be secure and consistent throughout that pipeline. So governance, so there are rules, there are policies, there are processes, there are procedures. And I heard Beckley in the morning. In fact, he mirrored everything I said I would say here. When you look at process, people, and technology, you see those three pillars. That sums it all for governance, because governance is not only looking at the processes alone or the policies, but the people that are supposed to practice or execute these processes, the technology that supports the data, that brings or makes this data available or usable or used for processing and all of that. People, process, technology, using that to effectively manage data governance or data throughout his life cycle is what I'll call data governance. So a data governance person is managing the people part, and I think I'll speak shortly to about the people part. So imagine they say data is the new oil, right? Hello, is data the new oil or the new gold? Okay, so imagine why is it the new oil? Because you can use it to gain insights that can help your company gain competitive edge or competitive advantage. You can use it for business productivity. There's a whole lot. And you can use it to make money, data monetization. I don't know if that's been discussed here at all. So there's so much you can do with data, right? But when it's not even, I was giving an example of how it can help you manage your costs. So picture that I have an AC, or in a company, for instance, I have air conditioners, I have different things. What would the insights as a business person or as an executive management, for instance, I like to see how I can manage my costs, bring down my costs, right? So if my maintenance is on a particular fixed asset is getting too high, it may be cheaper for me to discard that AC and buy a new one, right? But then if I don't have data to tell me that, I won't know, right? So now you want to go into your data to go and for data to give you this story or help you make this decision. But you now see that the people that have entered the data have mistaken asset A for asset B. So if asset A is the one for servicing, when I'm entering the system, who cares? So they don't have an understanding of what these things are used for when they are entering data. And so they enter the asset number for B, that's the one to be maintained. Meanwhile, the one that really needs to be disposed is asset A. Imagine that coming to you as the data analytics person or the data science person. You'll be working based on what you have, but meanwhile, it is wrong from the get-go. I mean, and it can even throw you into bankruptcy and a whole lot of other consequences. So what are we even trying to say? It has to be right. The people that are entering this data need to know the end. They need to work with the end in mind while they are entering the data, right? So you don't see a case of dirty data, for instance. They understand, okay, this would help my performance, as a company, right? It will help us hit our bottom line, reduce our costs, increase revenue, and all the other things. So let me do the right thing, right, and enter it. So that's the people part. Just to their processes, there's a whole lot. I don't know. I just hope 30 minutes will be enough. But there are a whole lot of other examples I could have cited. But is my example clear? Yeah. So I think I'll just stop there.
Wow. Thank you so much. Let's put that together for people, process, and technology. All right. So you're asking my next question. A lot of organizations, okay, let me not say a lot. Some organizations do not practice effective data governance, and would want to believe that perhaps they're having some challenges. So, what would you say are some main challenges that organizations face when they're trying to implement a data governance framework, and how do you think they can solve them so they can have an effective data governance framework?
Yeah, so I think Nena has already spoken to it in a sense, right? So when I think about it, I'll talk about people and just the technology part, right? But before I talk about that, one of the challenges that organizations will typically have is the fact that data governance isn't necessarily something that is tangible, for the lack of a better word. So analytics is tangible. If I finish an analytics project, there's an output I can see, right? So if I'm a data analyst, there's a dashboard, right? Or there's some insights that I'm going to give, maybe in PowerPoint, maybe not the dashboard, right? Or if I'm a data scientist, there's an ML model, right? If I'm an AI person, an AI model. So there's always something to show, right? It's tangible. But with data governance, not necessarily, or it's not something that is quickly apparent to people, right? Most times it's an afterthought. So you have cases where, for example, let me take this example. Imagine you work with a company that is across the 36 states of Nigeria, and they've told you to do an analysis. And then you talk to maybe IT and they give you an Excel file with all the details. Now, when you check the states column, there are two things that you can see that might frustrate you. Imagine you check the states column and it's completely empty. That's one, right? You won't be able to even do any analysis. Or imagine you check the states column. How many states do we have in Nigeria? Help me. 36, right? Fantastic. But imagine you check that column and you look for unique values and you are seeing 10,000 unique values. Now you know that this thing is going to frustrate you, because what it means is that instead of someone writing Abia, the person has written Aba. Instead of someone writing Lagos, the person has written Lags without the O, or someone has written Lagso, right? So you find out that people see governance as an afterthought, right? Many times, right? So the people feel it, the people collecting the data, they see it as an afterthought. They really don't care. Like Nena just said, they really don't care. They just put in anything, right? As long as it goes into the system, they're fine. The systems too can be a challenge, because imagine if you're trying to fill something and the value you're trying to fill is not rightly placed. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, because it's happened to me several times. You're working with an app on your mobile phone, and then all of a sudden they ask for feedback. You were going to press maybe 5-star or something, but mistakenly, because of where the button was placed, you mistakenly pressed you are not happy with the app, and then it has gone. There's nothing you can do. So you have those type of cases where even the systems are not well designed, right? And that itself can be a challenge. But I'll say one of the major issues is the fact that people see it as an afterthought. If people actually prioritize, data governance, data quality, you find out that they'll put in the right policies, enforce those policies. The systems would also be properly designed, because and one of the things that's very important, and I'll end with this, is never rely on human, when it comes to systems, right? Never rely on humans. It is best to ensure that that system is robust enough, right, to disallow, the wrong values and duplicate values. If you assume that, the users are smart enough, they won't allow duplicate values, or the users are smart enough, they know what to put and what not to put, you find out that you run into issues, right, as an organization. So I just thought to add that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ewa. Thank you very much for that answer. So we've touched on governance, slightly a bit on quality. And so my next question, my final question will go to Nina, and it's really about the balance between innovation and ethics, right? In the financial space, for example, you want to innovate, but then you have to balance it with ethics, privacy, and all these constraints. So my question is, how do you advise organizations trying to seek a balance between being data-driven and also being ethical at the same time, right? That balance, how does it work?
Okay, thank you. You can use data for what you want to do, but when it comes to ethics, ethics says you have to do it ethically, you have to do it the right way. So when you think about ethics, what comes to mind is, I can use my laid-back Nigerian slang. You use your church mind. Even when no one is watching, are you doing it right? So ethics is about ideas of right and wrong. Do I trust it? Is it transparent enough? Am I responsible for that? So it look at responsibility, transparency, and all of that. So you can go to the skies, you can go to the moon, develop fantastic AI products, but you need to do so ethically. I work in a highly regulated industry, and let's even look at ethics as data now. Data represents people, and maybe other things, but when you look at the customer domain, data represents people, your date of birth, your name, everything about you. You're probably coming to the bank to open an account, and I'm collecting these basic details about you. Ethics looks at respect for you as well. So if I take that data like I take you, then I should handle it with care. This is ethics. I should handle it with care. I should prevent it from getting into the hands of unauthorized people. Now we're living in a day where identity theft is a thing. Like we witness it every day. Someone is calling, oh, there's an OTP, call it out. Because he has all the pieces of the puzzle. He just did that one puzzle and he has stolen your identity and pretended you're, and you know, with these technology things, it's faceless, right? So you collect that data as an organization, you protect it. That's it. So these are the private things that are coming to you. Protect it with utmost care, like you would, you know, when you even put yourself in other people's shoes. If you go to a hospital, for instance, and submit your data, and another day you see the Akara woman with your information and all the things you have told them in secret, you know, being out there in open, how would you feel? So it's that same mindset, you know, that even everybody in the data space should have. How am I treating data? Yesterday, I saw on Channels News, one of the newscaster, there was a deep fake. So they showed both actually on screen. Wow, and what they're just trying to harm Channels News. And this is another thing ethics is about. You want to maximize benefit to your customer, whoever it is, or the data subject, and minimize harm. Same thing with this same hospital. You know, we go to the hospitals in trust. Maybe you're going for a surgery. You trust that they would give you the right services, what you've come for, and all of that. And, you know, in the medical profession, they hold that ethics. We must, you know, minimize harm and ensure maximum benefit to that customer. It's the same thing with data. If your objective is to look for how to steal identities or harm people, then it is against data ethics. So we need to bear that in mind. All data professionals need to bear that in mind. Organizations need to bear that in mind. If I'm showing on my dashboards, I'm trying to pass a message, am I representing that message very well, or am I misrepresenting? Am I manipulating the scale so that they can either rejoice or, you know, I remember I once worked in an organization like that, where you know how the larger the scale threshold, it doesn't really show it in visible time. So say from 0 to 10, I have a line that goes this way, just slightly ascended, you know, and I reduce it to the and expand the scale. So when you see it, it looks like a spike, you know, and the customer is shouting, "Hi, I'm either in trouble or oh, I've blown," you know, and all of that. So when you start to misrepresent what the data stands for, is against ethics. So as a data professional, you want to, in your data sets, eliminate bias and anything that can point towards prejudged or prejudices. You want to make sure that there's respect. So think respect, think fairness, think beneficence, you know, when you're building all those fantastic and lovely ideas, right? So I think I'll
Wow.
stop there.
Yes, you have. Please, let's put a hand together for her, please. Awesome. It's quite unfortunate we have to wrap up now because our time is really far constrained. And I'm sure we will gain some things from this, just as I have. Key points for me are garbage in, garbage out. Your quality is very, very important. And then treat your data points as data events from people, real people, not just data, but real people. And then show respect, fairness, and ethics. All right, so on behalf of DataFest team, would like to present a plaque to you. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. Madam Nina, thank you very much. On behalf of DataFest team, we say thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. DataFest. 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 We are done. We are done. Propel. Yes, so we are calling it a wrap. we'll be out of here, but on or before 5 p.m. So we have two sponsors who want to speak to us. So one is coming to speak to us, another is going to do a giveaway. So stay put for the giveaway. We like giveaways, right? I like giveaways. We don't like giveaways. I do like giveaways. All right. So for Propel, I'd like to invite the team for Propel. Are they here now? Propel. Team Propel. Wow. Team Propel. If I go now. Are they around? Please put our hands together to Propel.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for stopping by the booth. I don't think they have my presentation, so I'll just talk through what Propel does. I'd like to start with a context. I recently read a book by someone called Phil Terrill, and I think the title of the book is Never Search Alone. So if you're job hunting, I would recommend 10 over 10. And he said 3 things. He said that when job hunting, if you're looking for jobs, 3 things you should do. Establish a job search council, which is tell people that you're looking for jobs, spread the word across your network and all that. And then the second thing he mentioned was conducting a listening tour, right? So sitting down to write what you want versus the jobs that are available and what you want out of a job. And the third thing he recommended is conducting a candidate market fit, which is speaking to senior professionals in your industry or a recruiter to find out how your current skills, fit into the job market. And I realized that that is what communities in Africa really does. But there's something missing. When communities do all this, help you get jobs, help you determine, where you're at and what companies are looking for, connect you to senior people in the communities. The next stop is actually jobs. And most times communities are unable to, provide these jobs to you. And this is where Propel comes in. So at Propel, we empower communities to empower their members by connecting them to global opportunities. So on Propel, you get 3 jobs. They can be remote, they can be hybrid, and they can be relocation-based roles. And beyond the jobs, at Propel, we believe that the bulk of your salary should not just be spent, on basic needs. And that is why we have discounted products and services. So what that means is we've partnered with certain businesses with like iFitness, My Therapist NG, Eden Life, Civic Hive, and so on and so forth, to ensure that the things you need, maybe you need to go to a workstation, you need data and all that, you get it at a very discounted price, ensuring that while you're working, you are not spending the bulk of your salary, just on your needs. And the last thing we do at Propel is embedded financial services. We believe strongly in financial inclusion, and we believe that nobody should lose out on opportunities simply because they do not have, the funds and the financial means to get the work tools they need. So one of the things we'll do is present you with like assets financing. Here you get funds from Propel to get work tools you need. And we know that, working goes beyond the work tools. You need to set up a table, you need to set up a chair, especially if you're working remotely. So you can also collect loans from Propel to get all that started. So you might just be asking, how do you plug into this? Of course, you have to belong to a community that is signed up to Propel. So DataFest, I think Data Africa community is signed up to Propel. All you need to do is click propel.community, and from there, use the search button, find Data Community Africa, take the prompts from there and sign up to Propel. And if you have questions, I'll be at the booth for the next 15 minutes. You can come on to ask me questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Propel. So now it's time for our giveaway. Can we have Infobip? Can we have, are they around? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So sorry. So good evening. I have a presentation, right? Is it on? Is it? Yeah. Okay. So my name is Marian. I'm a tech community manager at Infobip. So I think like an hour ago, my friend and colleague Nicola was on the stage sharing you information about Infobip and what we do. So I will be quick, and then later we'll have a raffle for our hoodie. So next slide, please. I'm a part of developer relation team at Infobip. So as Nicola said, Infobip, we are omni-channel communication platform with a strong presence in Africa for more than a decade. We have a big office here in Nigeria. And, but like, yeah, 3 years ago, our developer experience department was established. And before that, we were focused only to business and enterprise clients. And now we are also focused on developers and startups. So please, next slide. Yes, back. One back, please. Yeah, a little bit about numbers. More than 75 offices globally, more than 3,500 employees, and more than 1,100 engineers. Next slide. As you can see, some of our customers are top tech global companies such as Microsoft, Samsung, Uber, and many more. Next one. So yeah, basically what we do in Africa, but not only in Africa, we do it also in other regions. We are organizing developer meetups. So this year we had events in Kampala, Nairobi, Cairo, Casablanca, Lagos, Accra. So you see on this map. Yesterday we had event here. And with these events, we want to support a local community, want to build local communities. We organize event, so we engage with local speakers. We also present what we do. And yeah, it's a good event. It was yesterday, so hopefully we'll come back again next year. Next, please. So yeah, this is a QR code for our Discord channel, and you can scan it if you want to engage with us. I'll leave it for a little bit. And yeah, okay, you can get back. Yeah, and I will invite my colleague Nicola to help me with the raffle for a hoodie. Okay. Okay, so yeah, here's a model for a hoodie. You can see this. So there was a link. There was a link on DataFest on DataFest social media. So we'll do the raffle. Yeah.
So this is like basically a wheel of fortune, as you can see. We're just gonna spin it now for a few times to see who wins. How many hoodies do we have?
3 hoodies. 3 hoodies.
3
Yeah.
hoodies. Let's see number 1. Who's the lucky winner? Francis Balogun. Is Francis here?
Francis?
If Francis is not here, if Francis is not here, we'll have to go to the next person because we don't have. Is Francis not here? Does anyone know Francis Balogun? No. All right, let's go to the next person. Let's see. Ejike Uchena Splendor.
Okay, come up. Yeah. Okay, let me get the hoodies.
Well done, Ejike. You have to show us your passport, though. No, just joking. Come up. Come. Marian has something for you. Well done, Ejike. Let's go next one, huh? I wish we had the wheel here behind so you can listen to the sounds and everything. Opemipo Banso. Is Opemipo here? Is it? Oh, there you are. Well done. Hey. Well done. I'm not a good model, but the hoodies are unisex. So I actually hope the last hoodie is going to be worn by a lady, maybe. So we don't have all guys here with hoodies. Or maybe one of the guys can give it as a present to a lady. Just a suggestion. Yeah, guys, that's a suggestion for you, huh? You can still give them to someone else. Okay, last winner, Chinenye Okoye. Well done. Are we here? No? Chinenye Okoye. Not here. Does anyone know Chinenye? No. Unfortunately. Okay. What the? Welcome, welcome. We forced her on stage. Give her a round of applause, please. Huh? Yeah. So she promises to give this to Chinenye when she sees her. Or you can keep it, or you can split it, wear it like 1 week each. That's what we do. We split it. Like tomorrow she's wearing it. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Infobip, for the hoodies. Thank you for the sponsorship. Thank you very much. All right. So if your birthday is today, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm
You
down.
show us your birth certificate too.
Exactly. If your birthday is today or your birthday is this month, the team has provided cake. It's cake now, not cakes. Has provided cake for you at the back. So on your way out, just go with your birth certificate and claim the cake. All right, so Ose, it's been a long day.
Man, I'm tired.
Yeah, same here, but it's really a great day as well.
We really enjoyed ourselves. We learned a lot, and tomorrow is another day. Hope I'll see you guys here tomorrow.
Awesome,
All right,
awesome.
nice.
So can we call it a wrap on a high note? DataFest! DataFest! DataFest!
Africa!
See you tomorrow 9 a.m. Music, please.